more minutes for others to join us. Looking forward to the discussions we'll be having here today. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I think we're going to start right about now. So for those of us who are outside, could we start coming back in? For those of us who are still gisting, networking, can we kindly take our seats? Thank you. All right, so to formally kick this off, we're going to start with the national anthem. Similar to how we did it yesterday, first stanza and the third stanza recited as a national prayer. So craving your indulgences, can we all rise for the national anthem? Thank you very much. Please take, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, just to take a very quick pulse of the room. Reiterating yesterday, we had mentioned this is your access pass coming in and also your access to the various resources, the agenda and all other materials, the photographs. For those of you who want to repost on your various social media pages some pictures from yesterday, you can access those. We have yesterday's pictures currently live, and you can access them also via this QR link. So yeah, quick show of hands, how many of us had conversations yesterday? If you had a conversation yesterday that has changed your perspective on a particular problem, quick show of hands, can you raise? Anybody had any conversations yesterday that offered you a different perspective, on the way you had viewed a particular problem? Anyone? Anyone in the room? Thank you. And so it's good because it shows that, if you look at the agenda, we tagged yesterday the why, and today is the how. So yesterday we had asked some really, tough questions, and today we're going to dig deeper as to how we make solutions journalism a part of everyday practice. One of the segments we'll be having shortly is going to be a breakout where we actually have discussions amongst yourselves based off of thematic areas that, based off of a survey we had put out. What are some of the challenges you experience in deploying solutions journalism in your various spaces? And so the idea for that breakout would be to sift through these challenges. We have some meticulously selected facilitators, if I do say so myself, that would be supporting and coordinating these discussions. So I hope you've come here expectant, you've come here with your burning questions, and we will do our very best to deliver on the solutions. I mean, that's why we're here, isn't that the case? So At this point in time, I'd like to call on our very own Caroline Karobia to give us a recap of what we had yesterday. So please, a round of applause as she takes the stage. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. There we go. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. SoJo Summit. I can see some people were not here yesterday. So we have new people. So let's show them how we do it. SoJo Summit. That was not the same energy yesterday. So let's have the same and even much bigger energy than yesterday. SoJo Summit. Fantastic. That sounds much better. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Caroline Karobia. I'm the Africa Initiative Manager for Solutions Journalism Network. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya. So my work is very, very simple. I have like 10 minutes with you before we start officially. And it's to recap what we did yesterday. But because yesterday the speakers, you guys were listening and the speakers were doing a lot of talking. So I have what stood out for me. But it would be good to just hear from a few of the people who are here yesterday what stood out for you. So we have mics on the table, and we also have mics that are going around. So if you can have like a few people just tell us what stood out for you yesterday. Day one of the first ever Africa Summit in Abuja, Nigeria. Yes. Go ahead. We can't hear you. Sorry.
Good morning once again. I've said good morning like 5 times. Okay, yes, this is the first time I'm attending Solution Journalism Summit, and it's been really enlightening and inspiring. So what I've learned from yesterday's discussion is that in the face of crisis, no matter how dark a situation is, there's always some positives. So we should not always focus on how bad things are. We should look at how people are striving to also survive in the face of difficulties. So these are things that journalists can spotlight, to talk about the resilience, to talk about the I can do spirit, and to also share light on what we are doing. No matter how difficult the situation is, there's also something good about every bad situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was from the panel discussion on solutions in a conflict situation. So no matter how bad a situation is, there's something that is working. So let's focus on that as well. Thank you for that. Anything else that stood out? We have a hand over there.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, this is also my first time attending this summit. And something that stood out for me yesterday was the session on solutions that surprised you. So it was really thrilling to hear different people speak about solutions that surprised them. So a particular one that actually stood out for me was that of journalist Aisha Gabo. So being someone that works in the grassroots, seeing what actually happened with the mother that lost her child and how she actually found the child, it gave me hope to say that whatever I am doing, there are people watching. It gave me hope to not give up, because working in the grassroots is very difficult, and most times if you're not encouraged, you just want to run away. So that story actually made me, encouraged me to say, keep pushing, and you are a solution, right? You're a solution in your community. At the end of the day, your voice matter, and people look up to you. So that actually stood out for me yesterday.
Thank you. So you can be a solution, but you can also find solutions within the community. So talk to the people in the community, and they'll give you the solution stories, how they respond to social issues. Yes, at the back.
Thank you very much. So yesterday for me actually comes with a lot of mindset change for me, because my background is more of development journalism. And yesterday I've seen an upgrade because of the approach that is being put in the approach of solution journalism. And so much presentation from the adolescent approach to stories, and also the from Guest Foundation presentations really give us that we really have a lot to do, especially in bringing out those solutions. And I also realized the panel session expand our thinking beyond just the Nigerian border. We have seen examples where things are happening around. But just like my sister says, yesterday profound thing that comes out was, no matter the dark side of every situation, let's go deep and this. And that really changed me, because I work a lot in Katsina, and that is telling me that I have to go to all those bandits areas. They're actually doing a lot of things there in the communities. There are communities that prevented themselves from bandits. They retaliate back at the bandit stuff. So I think these are the things really, I'm really empowered. Let me just use this word to say that we will do a lot more to bring solutions journalism into our practice more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's get two more for the recaps. Just two more recaps, then we can carry on. I'm not hearing anyone talk about the powerful spoken word by Prudence, the power of the pen. Or the dance with Rex. I'm sure that stood out for a few people. So yes, let's hear from.
Yes, good morning. My name is Najatu Tijani from the Nigerian Television Authority. So many things stood out for me yesterday. I learned a lot. I learned to look at solutions journalism from a different angle, talking about solutions by African journalists for Africans, understanding that what works elsewhere may not necessarily work in Africa, and the things that we take for granted here are actually solutions, just like the traditional system of finding lost children. Those of us who live in the north know the system, but we take it for granted. It never occurred to me that that could be a story, that could be a solution, and so many other examples. So thank you for helping us see this perspective, and thank you for helping us think outside the box.
Thank you. This side is very quiet. Maybe we can have someone from, all right, we have one person here.
Good morning, everyone. Olatokewa Ade. Yesterday's conference, a lot of things, I had a lot of takeaways anyway. Of course, I'm into this SoJo space, but one of the things I've always been like not too clear about has been like a body in solution journalism, which was accountability, was actually well cleared for me. I was so happy. And then the Anita presentation on Zikoko, that was another one that stood out for me, because it made me to be more intentional when I'm passing out messages, even writing SoJo stories, not just thinking everybody has. Of course, you always break down as a broadcast person, but to be more intentional, to be more direct, know that everybody in their space needs to understand what you're actually saying. They want to be informed, but they also want you to know that you also need to be part of what they are going through, not just assume, no, this is what it should be, not what you think they should know, but what you should know what they are also thinking and be in that space. I think that was also a good one. Then my pen, my power. That was one of the highlights. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
And the dance.
And the dance, yeah, aerobics.
And the dance, yes. Yeah, Anita's presentation was equally powerful. And you remember she mentioned that how at 21-year-old, reads a story or perceives a story is totally different from how a 51-year-old would do. So whenever you are writing your story, please remember who is your audience. Are they on TikTok? Are they on print or digital? So yeah, lots of takeaways, unless there's anybody out there who has a really burning takeaway that they'd like us to share with us. Last one, yes.
Hello, good morning. What stood out for me and what I particularly enjoyed was the lightning talks, you know, getting to hear the journalists talk about their motivation, their approach to telling the story and the challenges they faced and how they overcame them. I would have loved a deeper dive into the major solutions. So I say that because oftentimes when we cover solutions, or when we consider covering solutions, when an organization or an individual or an intervention seems to be like an action has been taken, we think it's solutions. But the solutions journalism, I believe, is assessing the impact of the solution. So hearing the journalists cover all of that and break it down really stood out for me, and I particularly enjoyed it. And it's also different from the usual panel talk shop that we're used to when we come to this kind of event. So yes, that's what stood out for me.
Thank you very much for reminding us that actually an actual solution story is a deep dive into the response, how it worked, the whole process, rooting your answers with the 4 pillars: the response, evidence, insights, and limitation. Just a reminder for those who are not here. So thank you very much. So yesterday it was energized, it was very lively, it was very thought-provoking, even for us who've been there for a few years, you know, training and teaching solutions journalism. And today we are promising that it's going to be even more exhilarating. So please brace yourself for a very exciting day. Chris has talked about the unconference that is going to happen today. So there are a number of topics, from lack of funding, from lack of training, you know, for sustaining the approach. So you'll get to choose the team that you want to join so that you can have that discussion. But apart from that, you're also going to have a presentation on the cost of framing African stories. So watch out for that. We are also going to have insights by the Nigeria Health Watch team on the AI platform that they have, and we're also going to share insights from the surveys, that is Nigeria Health Watch, South Africa, and Solutions Journalism Network, our organization, the insights that we've learned since the initiative was started 5 years ago. What has worked, what has not worked, what are the lessons, achievements, and all that. And finally, to wrap us up during the day would be the legacy of solutions journalism by Mustafa Ahmed. So I hope you're braced. I hope you're ready to have a more energized day, better than even yesterday. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please. All right, so I'm going to need your help with this particular segment we're going to be having. So it's a headline remix game. The purpose of us being here is solutions journalism. I mean, the theme says reframing African narratives, right? So how about we walk that talk? So on the screen, you would see a QR code that will be displayed. If you could kindly scan this code to access the Mentimeter. So I'm going to leave this up for some time. So the idea behind this, when you get into the Mentimeter, we have 7 problem-focused headlines. Your task is to rephrase or remix these headlines as solutions driven headlines. Do we understand? I'll take that again. We're going to put up 7 problem-focused headlines, and your task is to remix these headlines as solution-focused. Because if you recall yesterday, one thing that was spoken about and really stood out for me was it's almost like the half empty, half full. It's really all a matter of perspective. While some people, in the midst of all that goes on in the world, in this country, globally, while there are actually problems, within these problems, in fact, most of the time, these problems are the ones that inspire the profound solutions that people deploy. Yes, please. That people deploy. And so we're going to actually demonstrate this. So have we all scanned this? If you haven't, say wait for me. If you've scanned it, say I'm there. If you scanned it, say I'm there. All right, are we all in? Is anyone else still left? Okay, I see some people still. So if you're maybe at the back, you could just come a bit to the front and better take your picture or better scan the code. Oh, or you could just type out the link. So if you can't scan, that's also the link. You could just put that link, visit nhwat.ch//SoJo25, and it will take you to the page. Okay, so I would assume we're all, okay, no, I think hang on. Sorry, just put it back up for a couple more moments. Are you in? All right, so let's go to the first problem-focused headline. So this says,
no, we have the schools. Low literacy level in schools is the first one.
So the first one is low literacy levels in schools. Yeah. So can we, the first one is actually low for our media guys. Low literacy level in schools is the first one. So you can all start sending in your solutions, remixes, and we'll be popping those on the screen to see what you think. All right, so okay, it seems, okay, so these, let's work with, what do you see on your screen? Is this also poor waste management that you see on your phones? Okay, some people are seeing poor waste management, some people are seeing low literacy level, but let's work with what we have on the screen. We'll still revisit low literacy levels in school. So for poor waste management continues to choke African cities, we have Calabar finds a way around poor waste management. What might other cities learn? I imagine that's what that wanted to say. How African cities can transform waste with taxes. I really like that. A community in Kigali is tackling poor waste management. Here's how. That's lovely. That's lovely. How Lagos is modeling better waste management. That's also another lovely take. It's a refreshing take on these negative problem-focused headline. African cities can tackle waste management. I have to scroll up a bit. African cities can tackle waste management for biodiesel production. How garbage collection initiatives have helped deal with poor waste management. So you can see that it's really not, so in the midst, none of this contradicts or negates the fact that yes, there is poor waste management, but how do you tell this story? I believe, I think it was Aisha's presentation yesterday where she said, aside, a couple points stood out for me, aside the fact that consistency is key in telling the stories and how stories have innate potential to drive impact. How you tell the story also contributes to the impact of this story. And it's great to see that, you know, we are actually walking the talk. So let's just look at a couple more. How African cities are finding fresh solutions to waste crisis. Now, if I saw this topic, whether on my phone or in print, I'm more likely to want to open this and have a read, as opposed to poor waste management continues to choke African cities. Do you understand? So this is more inspiring. I don't know how many of us have heard of, you know, news fatigue. You know, so news fatigue, for those who might not be solution journalist oriented in here, is because of the overly negative and often stereotypical ways of portraying or reporting news, you have people who are like, yeah, I'd rather just not listen to the news, because every time I open the paper, I go on TV, I listen on the radio, it's one negative thing or the other after the other. So you have people who have said, you know what, I'm out, I'm not doing this any longer. And which, you know, and which necessitates the fact that we need to be able to rephrase these things to inspire hope once again, rebuild public trust, right, in the way we tell our news. So this is quite lovely. Someone said, that's what they cause all these poor waste management. So Shakba is thank you very much. Suffering, poverty. Yes, poverty and suffering came together. So let's go to the next one. Thank you all for your entries. Let's try the next ones. Schools struggle with low literacy levels. That's the problematic headline. Now let's see some of the solutions, headlines this has been remixed into. Literacy levels in schools can be improved. Someone said not really. Okay. Schools have illiteracy levels. That's lovely. That's lovely, because in the midst of all, as we said, in the midst of all that is happening, there are actually schools in this particular scenario that are moving that needle, and it's worth telling their stories. AI tool is teaching children to read and write in Abuja community. Implementation evidence-based literacy programs such as phonics-based instruction and reading comprehension strategies, or the FG's numeracy and literacy initiative, analyzed by monitoring students' response. Yeah, that's a mouthful, but if anything, it's talking more about what's being done to address a problem, and that's still solutions. This is how we learn. The school who inspired students' literacy. I love it. Low literacy levels in schools. Here is how some are fighting it. Literacy levels. Nigerian schools are still faced with literacy challenges. That's still problematic, I think. Use of innovative approaches can help schools boost their literacy levels. Literacy soars, trampling years of low performance. That is lovely. That is lovely. How schools are addressing illiteracy levels. Literacy levels in schools, the way to go. Literacy low level is a challenge, but many approaches proved successful. Change is possible. So one thing is clear. You reporting the news in a solutions format, again, does not negate the fact that there are actually problems. But for once, can we, as change makers, as we have addressed you all here today, can we start moving away from the way we overly focus on the problems and start talking about what organizations, what people, what communities are doing to address these problems? So that, outside looking in, it's like, yeah, this country, because this is an African initiative, right? This is the SoJo Africa Summit. We need to be able to tell better stories about our continent. It's not just riddled with shakwa, poverty, suffering, corruption and what have you. There are actually profound, amazing solutions being deployed on the continent, demonstrating our resilience, in the face of adversity. Let's look at a couple others. How one community is raising literacy levels by rethinking the way children learn. I would read that. I'd read that. Communities coming together to reduce school literacy levels. I would definitely read that. Community classrooms in rural Nigeria boost declining literacy levels. I like that because it's actually showing that even at the grassroots, look at what's happening. English teacher commitments can help students improve literacy. How a community-led teaching program draws dropouts back to school. That's the headliner right there. That's the solutions headliner right there. That is beautiful. Investing in literacy development strengthens student success in schools in Kebbi. This is lovely. Okay, let's take a few more. Practical structures relating learning with present happenings will create better efficiency on learning. And how local teachers' initiatives are improving rural pupils' literacy levels. This is a lovely solution-oriented headlines that we feel the public needs to read more about, as opposed to schools struggle with low literacy levels. Power outages in Nigeria, persist after 3 decades. What's the solution? What's the solution remix? Any takers? Power outages in Nigeria persist even after 3 decades. Can I get 1 or 2 solution remix to that?
How Kenya was able to resolve its power outages, lessons to Nigeria.
A round of applause, please.
Just add what Nigeria can learn from Egypt to it.
So it's right that power outages have been, a problem, is still a problem, but there is a way you can tell the story in such a way that it inspires hope and doesn't just, oh my God, tell me what I don't know. So now we have maternal deaths remain high in rural Nigeria despite government interventions. Why mothers are still dying in rural Nigeria, and the community-led solutions offering hope. I would read that. The new normal, Nigeria maternal deaths decrease with new and improved solutions. Maternal deaths in rural Kano remain high, but trained midwives in every village can save thousands of lives. Engaging and training the services of traditional birth attendants. Cash for vaccines, how a reward program boosts child immunization in Nigeria. I would read that. That's almost like, I would also reference this about writing a paper. That's beautiful right there. Keke drivers narrowing the maternal health gap, transporting midwives to the alleys in Kano. This is actually happening, for those of us who don't know, this is actually happening. I think the MSD, under the MSD projects, we're doing stuff like this, I think in Lagos, right? How NGOs are engaging traditional birth attendants in rural communities. Women-led, community-led response in rural Abuja, in a rural community in Abuja helps drive down maternal mortality figures. Midwife-led rural initiatives cut maternal deaths by 60%. I'd want to read that. So for once, it would be great to actually tell me something inspiring. Tell me something hopeful. I think one of the responses today when we're getting feedback from Day One's activity, I think someone had mentioned that she was glad that some of the segments we had yesterday were now offering hope, which is the whole essence of solutions journalism. Death rates crash as healthcare improves in Nigerian communities. Let's see another. Trained traditional midwives fill the gap in Kano's prenatal healthcare. It's possible. Boom. It's possible. I like that with the exclamation mark. It's possible. Ghana drops maternal deaths by 40% in 5 years. They have lessons for the continent. So what lessons can we learn? And the good thing about the segments we'll be having, and with solutions journalism in general, is that it offers that, how can what someone else is doing, what lessons can I learn from someone who had a similar problem to the one I am having? What lessons can I learn from them to deploy or adapt to my current situation? And that's really the whole point of why we're here. TB is bridging the gap for maternal deaths in IDP camps. All right, let's go to another. Nurses and midwives overwhelmed as staffing shortages worsen. I think this is almost it's a continental problem. It's a continental problem, but let's see how we can tell this sort of story, but in a way that inspires hope. Okay, it's probably network. We can hear directly from you. So how would we remix this? Any takers? Nurses and midwives overwhelmed as staffing shortages worsen. Nurses in Kano are tired, but the solution is clear: hiring more hands and training village health workers to support them. Rural volunteers shortening the staffing gap in northern Nigeria. What happens when a community brings back retired nurses? I don't know how many of us have heard the phrase retired but not tired. So that's quite applicable right there. Northern Nigeria needs more nurses, but small solutions like task sharing and better planning can ease the burden fast. More nurses are being employed. Our health systems is in safe hands. I mean, it's almost like, aw. Inside Nigeria's health crisis, how overworked nurses and midwives are finding new ways to keep patients safe. How nurses in training bridge the gap for the nurses and midwife shortage. How nurses and midwives are coping with staff shortages. Task shifting, task sharing is reducing the burden of staffing shortages. The crisis is real, but the answers are simple. Recruit, train, support, and give nurses the tools they need to save lives. Innovative workforce plan aims to reduce nurse and midwife burnout in Kano. We need more male nurses and mid-husbands. How dwellers are now embraced as midwives. Okay, I'm not sure I pronounced that, but how dwellers are now embraced as midwives complain of overwhelming number. No, I think that technology is helping alleviate staff shortages in rural Senegal, but not without challenges. So again, you're not saying that there isn't a problem. However, there are stuff being done to address these problems. So let's talk about that. How about we talk about that for a change? Core members volunteer to help nurses, midwives in Sokoto rural communities. Local health workers filling the gap in Zwaru community, Kebbi State, as nurses and midwife shortages hit harder. So in the midst of all of this, so as I said earlier, it's almost a glass half empty, half full. What's your, how would you choose to view this problem? Incorporation of traditional birth attendants into health systems helps cut down midwife fatigue. So these are really lovely solution-focused questions. I think we have about 2 more to look at. Flooding displaces thousands every year across coastal West Africa. Flooding displaces thousands every year across coastal Africa. Now let's see how else we can tell this story. How else we can better tell this story. It's coming. So we can actually hear from you directly while we wait for answers to pop up on the screen. We have microphones on your tables. So coastal West Africans lose homes due to annual floods, but local innovations are helping communities rebuild. So in the midst of adversity, there is hope. Jigawa's experience shows the danger is real, but solutions like clean waterways and strong city planning can reduce damage. People are homeless, but there is hope to help them rebuild. This is how PWDs, that's people living with disabilities, right, are waging war against flooding in coastal West Africa. West Africa coast gets freshwater bonanza amidst drought. Mass relocation from West Africa coast aimed at tackling flood. New deliberate mangroves initiatives saves coastal West Africa from deadly floods. That's lovely. That is lovely. Families in Maiduguri suffered, yet simple steps, clearing drains, planting trees, and safe housing can prevent future losses. Local answers to addressing flooding across West Africa. Now these are the sorts of clickbaits I'd like to see. Better flood management improves hope for perennial floods in West Africa. How communities are building resilience for flood in coastal West Africa. This community suffered flooding for years. AI prediction tool they built made a difference this year. That is lovely. Swimming masterclasses. Swimming masterclasses decline as flooding halts amid Nigerian community efforts. So massive turnover as flooding completely stops across coastal West Africa. Amen. Lagos drainage systems should be treated. I agree. Youth and government work together to prevent flooding and aim to keep families safe in Lagos. Communities prepare for fresh flood and missed flooding displacements every year. Flooding coastal communities increase spaces for more waterways. The recent Mokwa flooding caused thousands. Yeah, okay, that's almost like a sub-theme to the problem we already have on the screen. Schools change timetables to accommodate. Yeah, I think that's half of the train of thought. Okay, let's see any other new ones. Can we go back up? This year, it united communities to stand for change by year 2026. Local answers to addressing, I think we read that already. Mass relocation from West Africa coast aimed at tackling flood. So this is, as floods displace thousands, foreign NGO introduces community-driven resilience measures. We couldn't wait. How villagers became first responders in one of Nigeria's deadliest floods. That's a lovely headline right there. That is an impactful, that's a profound headline right there. Evidence D, no be cho. Borno youths tackle flood crisis. I like that. And maybe so for the benefit of our international, so cho is no be my mouth, no be by talk. Walk the talk. So evidence D. There is evidence on ground. It's not all just mouth. It's not all just words. Borno youths are tackling flood crisis. Malamawa community in Sokoto learned their lesson as local youth diverted floods by curving water pathways. So these are all hope-inspiring headlines that we need to see more of. So let's go to, I think this is the last one. Rising youth and employment fuels insecurity. Rising youth unemployment fuels insecurity. All right. They're coming in. Again, you could indicate and would pass a mic to you to hear directly from you if that's the case. Youths want money, not trouble. Skills and jobs turn chaos into creativity and maybe even TikTok fame. Empowered youths secure the nation. Youth unemployment is driving insecurity, but young people themselves are crafting bold solutions. That's a statement right there. Lazy Nigerian youths, how words and actions diminish youth efforts. Yeah, might need to tweak that a little bit. Community-driven initiatives offer hope amid youth unemployment and growing insecurity in Kano. Nigeria mobilizes thousands of youths to tackle insecurity. Freelance platforms enable African youths to navigate unemployment across the continent. Let's start with mitigating streets begging. I'm with you. I'm with you. I agree. No jobs, no peace. Give them small businesses and they'll trade trouble for TikTok tutorials instead. How community initiatives are engaging political thugs on entrepreneurial skills. What's that saying? Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Federal government introduces IDIC to reduce youth unemployment. How a local soap learning hub gives a lifeline to former thugs. Remote jobs, the new crude, I believe that was like crude oil. Like that's where the money is right now. So that's a lovely headline right there. Castina state government hire youths as community guards and social workers. So I don't know about it being a headline, but I like that. I mean, youths with no jobs are like phones without no charge. They have innate potential. Just give them work and they would run smoothly. With stable electricity and network, youths agree to use the internet for legit jobs. An innovative national vocational training initiative fights Nigeria's high unemployment challenge. That's lovely. Blaming the, no. Let's see, could we keep moving up? Coding boot camps breaking the barrier for marginalized youths. From no work to no wahala, the youths turning stress into solutions. That's a very lovely, I like that. I really like that one. From no work to no wahala, the youths into solutions. Stories of young people who avoided crime after gaining skills or mentorship. Meet the youth who got tired of job hunting and started job making instead. We broke, but we know AOD empowers youth with money-making tech skills. Turning clicks into cash. How Nigerian youths are monetizing content to escape unemployment. This is actually happening. So these aren't just, as we said, it's not just cho-cho-cho. These are actually things that are happening right now. And we need to amplify, promote, talk about them a lot more than we talk about the negatives. You know, how about we challenge that statement where we say, you know, bad news travels faster than good news? I mean, yeah, we weren't around when whoever coined that phrase, but how about we try in our lifetimes, right, to try and switch it in such a way that good news travels just as fast, if not even faster, than negative news. Okay, we've done that already. Let's see. Sports academies helping unemployed youths avoid crime and build careers. This actually happens. Community-led empowerment initiatives create ripple youth employment opportunities. And we have Kano youths need jobs, not jail cells. Skills training turns restless energy into brilliant ideas. So I think with this particular demo session, for those of us who aren't solutions-oriented, you know, but are here in attendance, this is just a way to demonstrate how we can focus more on the hopeful, focus more on the solutions, focus more on what people are doing in the face of adversity, rather than always talk about the same things we know. yes, there is a problem. Yes, these problems persist. But in the midst of all of this, what are individuals, what are communities, what are organizations doing to address these problems? What are the impacts of some of these activities, some of these solutions that have been deployed? What are some testimonials? How about we talk about those for a change? I think it's the Africa No Filter mentioned that we have, due to the overly negative storytelling on the continent, according to Africa No Filter, it was mentioned that the African continent loses up to 4.2 billion every year. And just to drive that point home, it's not naira, $1 billion every year. In terms of, so outside, investors outside of the continent, hearing this sort of stories, oh my God, the country is full of corruption, full of, insecurity, full of this, I'd rather just, I'd invest somewhere else. We lose up to $4.2 billion every year as a result of this overly negative storytelling. And that's enough money to, just to give you context, that's enough money to put about 12 million students in school in this country alone. So can we challenge stereotypes, challenge that saying of bad news travels faster than good news? How about we try to ensure that good news travels just as fast, if not faster, than bad news? So I hope this was as informative, as inspiring, and as educational as we intended it for it to be. Thank you. You can clap for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. So at this point in time, we'll be having the SoJo Lab breakout. It's an on-conference breakout, as Caroline had mentioned. So if you would look on your tables, there's a laminated sheet. The sheet has a number with the name of, or with a particular problem. And the problems, so there are 5 groups. Now each of the problems, so I'm going to read out the 5 groups. So group 1 is, I think group 1 is lack of training, lack of funding. Group 1 is lack of funding. Group 2 is, so maybe for context, we had put out a survey asking media houses, journalists, what are your top challenges encountered or experienced in practicing solutions journalism? And from these responses, we have, 5, these were the top 5 challenges: lack of funding, lack of training. We also had, lack of funding, lack of training. We had staying objective while reporting. We had insufficient training, and we had limited access to quality evidence. All right, so, so I'm just looking at the time. So note the groups you would like to be in, and then we'll go out for tea break, right? And once we come back in, you could go into your preferred group. So if any of the problems you see on the laminated sheet, right, relates to what you do or speaks to, is something that you can speak to, please join that group. The idea is to have very solutions-driven discussions within these groups as to how we can proffer solutions to these problems. So note the papers on each of the tables, and then we'll go out for tea. When we come back, our breakouts, the breakouts are going to be for an hour. For our facilitators that we had met for each of the groups, please, when we come back for tea, you get into your groups, introduce introduce yourselves, and then we can also, you can facilitate the discussions that will be had. Ensure we have sticky notes on the tables, we have cardboard papers, we have markers, so it's really up to you. The purpose of this discussion is to have, personal and individual solutions to the problems that some of you here had already alluded to in the survey we had put out, such that you're able to live. Today is the how. Yesterday we talked about the why. Why are we here? Today is the how. So how can we talk? How can we walk the talk, turn the inspirations we had yesterday into actions today? So we want all of you to be able to live here with a solution to a particular problem or problems you might have come in here with. So note your numbers, note the groups, also for our facilitators, and then we can go out for tea. Tea is going to be for 30 minutes. So by quarter past 12, let's come back in and break into our respective groups for our very, very constructive and enlightening discussions. All right, so tea is served. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, and then for our virtual participants, yes, also to our virtual participants, we have preemptively created the breakout rooms. So please take a look at them and join your preferred or most preferred breakout. We also have facilitators within those groups to coordinate the discussions therein. Thank you.
Shine me jaw, follow down me jaw, cause I'm really lost. I've seen it all, I'm already gone, but wine slow, my rain love, gon' give me love. She tell me say she go change down for me, Kurima show me, not only money fit to shake her body, she go leave am for me, Fatima gay king gay. Me love last night, could you go for me? Forget about you today. I'll give you love, that's right. She told me running. Oh no, go out comforting me, let more body me, put your body me. I know you go eyes on money me. She said no really, go there but to me. Go out comforting me, let more body me, put your body me. I know you go eyes on money me. She said no really, go there but to me. I know you got some money, me, oh mon ami, j'm'en banni, I don't care, j'm'en jet dinner, j'm'en long for me, mama Jacobi. And anytime carry tampon, I know say that night no go transform, but until I know say anything I could provide, you did try, oh, caramel body, anybody like Korodo, Caravale corridor, ballo, fatto, I wish you could go. Getting agitated when you never say yes. Do I see like us do money now what I see Nibo. Go out comforting me, let more body me, put your body me. I know you go eyes on money me. She say no really, go there but me. Go out comforting me, let more body me, put your body me. I know you go eyes on money me. She say no really, go there but me. Comforting me, let more body me, put your body me. I know you go eyes on money me. She say no really, go there but me.
Where I sabi you, I go past my back. Give us never lack, finish one of my uncle. You give job to me, do my way, no fit and do. If you just say they para pass you. I can blow your mind in a million ways. Looking so the million cause they couldn't done day. Blow the minimum wage, I toss in come big. Still like better team, but you know they won't pay.
Brand Ferrari go screw. Different cars, different occasion. Rolls Royce, Bentley, Bentayga. Escalate the back of the test below. If I get to the best down from zero. Back shot on the bed, she hold my pillow. Till I say what the killer say 10 kilo.
I don't focus on his test. Kilo. Baba, if you hear, make you no go collect. Power for your pocket if you give me correct. Kilo. Make you no go collect. If you give me collect. Fabo. Kilo. Stuck on I feel for my head. Hot boxing in the back of the escalator. Flex step. Before we jam back, flex step. Kilo, flex step. Before we jam back, flex step.
Kilo says make you no go collect it. You must have help with this spend money like we no get budget. Aye. Multi-therapy, control C, photocopy of the body now so big. Say we go see how we go be, cause I get the only call lead you. I make una done there cause I'm winning. Young guy that jiggy, escalade easy, yeah. Gold diamonds, I am freezing. Can't touch my feelings, lifestyle on Fiji, yeah. Let that one sinking. Now me get the trailer, I'm filthy. Gangsters love me like simpy. They rush like dollar on printing, everything minty.
Fabo. Kilo. Stuck on I feel for my head. Kilo. Hot boxing in the back of the escalator. Flex step. Before we jam back, flex step.
Ojiabani Goza Presido. Sit.
Abdul on the beat.
Okay. DJ Abdullah kan kiɗa. Samun kuɗi bayan an sha wuya akwai daɗi. In kana da kuɗi, kana da aboki. Akasin haka in ka wuce su matsaki. Jikin nan akwai addu'a bana tsoron baki. Wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na. Duniya na ban tsoro, wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na. Duniya na ban tsoro, wayo Allah na. Wani abu ne ke damuna, ni na dafa kuma ya nuna. Na kusa da ni ke zagina, cha bayan ido na, ni zagin su baya damuna. Basu su yi ko a riga na, ya fara no concern me. Adema dena didn't find me. Ali Hassan Ali, ganewa sai mai hankali. Kutuma kura uba, yau akwai kura uba. Ban balaga ba amma sai jaraba. In abincin akwai daɗi sai na daba. Wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na. Duniya na ban tsoro. Wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na. Duniya na ban tsoro. Samu kuɗinka kawai ka kashe. Karka bari su kashe maka sanda kake nema ba mai taya maka ruwa na dukan ka suko suna daka. In baka ci ba su ci maka. Kai da kuɗin ka kana haka. Abu ma sai an saya maka. In ka samu kawai ka kashe. Kutuma bura uba, yau akwai bura uba. Ban balaga ba amma sai jaraba. In abincin akwai daɗi sai na daba. Kutuma bura uba, yau akwai bura uba. Ban balaga ba amma sai jaraba. In abincin akwai daɗi sai na daba. Wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na. Duniya na ban tsoro. Wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na. Duniya na ban tsoro. Goza Presido. Sit.
Abdul on the beat.
Okay. DJ Abdullah kan kiɗa.
like a confusion. Let them know Cesare don't come. I'm meeting one year in for Joshua. Abaka they cause confusion. Confuse with the conclusion. That's in a problem, one solution. I do emotion like a illusion. I be king, don't be say I they assume. Give them back to back like I'm Seri. Who got the keys to the room? Azeri. Who know they follow the rules? Azeri. Who got the sauce, got the juice? Azeri. Who know the stones, got the loose? Azeri. Who got the keys to the room? Azeri. Who know they follow the rules? Azeri. Who got the sauce, got the juice? Azeri. Who know they loose? Azeri. Spend on my euro, next so heavy like 100 kilo. Back then with my account zero, now the boy is soft like a pillow. Spend on my euro, oh baby, spend on my euro. She say bon appetit when she licking my milo. Zeri papilo, you know not type shit, Zeri type shit, stop it, type shit, now free service, so that split flash, Ali, poppy, type shit, Zeri type shit, stop it, type shit, now free service, so that split flash, Ali, poppy, type shit.
Only God can save me. How do I look away when these fine girls want me? Yeah, life is for living. Something must kill a man. Baba Shama show me. Baba Shama show me. Babi Babi Babi. You're such a beautiful liar. You get it lover, how to plan B. This equation no balance. Shiba. Don't cry me a river. I'm just like the others. You're taking it too far. I get it, goalkeeper. I just want the winger. Lomo Laniro. Premium lady PXO. Lomo Laniro. Drive me crazy, tornado. You they make me they shout able. Don't be I say so edo. Lomo Laniro. crazy, crazy. Only God can save me. How do I look away when these fine girls want me? Yeah, yeah. Life is for living. Something must kill a man. Baba Shama, show me. Baba Shama, show me.
What can I say when all these fine girls stay dancing over me? Taking but won't want me. They want take piece of me, yeah. Who say love don't cost dating, never go market. This expensive dating pool got me spending like a fool. If you're looking for love, I'm the wrong one. Only more while me wrong. Me shitty pain, I'm not strong. Aye wada, I'm far gone. You know fit day where I did me, you come on. I don't need to talk, I be fine, boy. Don't be my fault, you know they matter, you know they matter.
Only God can save me. How do I look away when these fine girls want me? Yeah, yeah. Life is for living. Something must kill a man. Baba Shama, show me. Baba Shama, show me.
Baba Shama, show me, show me. Baba Shama, show me, show me. Baba Shama, show me. Baba Shama, show me. Baba Shama. Bades. Make I show you my bank account. Two-Face, I get it plenty to go around. So girl, make you dance when you hear this sound. Now we the poppy all over town. So tell me if you did down, did down. Do you know? Say oh, me to call like oh. Girl I know. Some things that you do not know. Whether na traffic I be go slow. Baby, I promise I go still show. Spending money, Pablo. I suppose she locates, but I go buy Belgium. My money na alele, high pressure. But it's not she my balada, put on for high tension. You must apply your tea, big boy, you must buy plenty. Mismanage my funds on you, all I really wanna do is mismanage my funds. You really wanna stop me. Mismanage my funds on you, all I wanna do is mismanage my funds.
Alright, okay. Them bro got off for the voltage. Tilapia, côté. Bring a goofy with the cocaine. Gobe, you see the bedroom I replay. Find a bacha for my brose. Conquer the streets with the play.
I need your billing up party, all got the woman. If I handle this your body, all got so. If you put me for palava, Jabolo if I like, what can they make? What be fair, ego ne bed. Complain, it was easy, my baby, bam.
I suppose she locates, but I go buy Belgium. My money na alele, high pressure. But it's like she my balava, put on for high tension. You must apply your tea, big boy, you must buy plenty. Mismanage my funds on you, all I really wanna do is
Mismanage my funds. You really wanna stop me.
mismanage my funds on you, all
to reality, back to life, back to reality, back to life, back to reality, back to the here and now, yeah.
On my day, then no fit touch my energy. If I no get money, not disability. Baba, so forget me, my shy blocking. My loss out, ready for one cow. I got the cow. My updates go late power. One bow. Take them to Yankao. My love out, I'm about to sue up to a shower.
Too good looking. Come on, make them stop the fooling. If not, you go wind your body. Like a this, like a that, like a this, like a that. Show me your assets. You better shoot like rockets. This my rockets. They can never stop my sunset. Oh yeah, give me. Like a this, like a that, like a this, like a that. Mogadishu boys are back.
Shake back, go. Problem jam me so go. Make that allow me CPO go. Make I for jogodo. I don't close it like a Chinese man. They know they look me like a hooligan. Sempe, say they want this man. The ladies love me, I'm the Cali's man. Come on your face, that's a headshot. Straight to my place from the airport. Round MS for your effort. Thanks for coming, no welcome. Yeah.
Groovy. with one uncle. To my head, na Jagaban they call us school. Melembe. Calm down, or she go pull up like a weekend. She know the panic where I born 10. She 10, no one put their wins and then. Says trends, so the more do you they bust head. They cannot believe that I am upstairs. Can that be God? Beat me in the contest. My ganja top shelf, smoke and you go see hell. All the way from Canada, she they smoke my weekend. Groovy.
Look what the hot body can do. Focus. Look what the hot body can do. Body be dancing, slow wine, so my body so fine. Like wash when I'm at her inside. 2-1 and I'm at her inside. Make sense, oh, make sense. Oh my God, I need resistance. Fragrance only from a distance. Make sense, oh, make sense. Body be dancing, controller. I get in both for my holder. I make your body slow when I slow down. Put it on the low, no go loud down. You know the things I wanna do tonight. Unusual. Put it down, make I take away your peace of mind. You go flow like water, we get the freeze up like Open your eyes and look. Look what the hot body can do. I say, look. Focus. Look what the hot body can do. Body be dancing, slow wine, so my body so fine. Like wash when I'm at her inside. 2-1 and I'm at her inside. Make sense, oh, make sense. Oh my God, I need resistance. Fragrance only from a distance. Make sense, oh, make sense. Body be look. Look what the hot body can do. I said, baby, look. Focus. Look what the hot body can do.
Baby, some money. You know, say you matching my steez. You know I'm a G. Shawty, I'm always keep it real. I know they for too much whining, I see they be, I see shy you they enter. Oh yeah, make you call a bee. Oh yeah, show yourself, do over sabi. Love is in the air. Baby, breathe in. I dey available. Baby, anytime you need me, I dey available. Compatible, two of us they compatible. Girl, I be bad boy for girls say I dey mellow. Ah, baby, I dey phone. Baby, take it slow. Baby, go down low. Nobody has to know. Yeah, I know I play around. I'm in a bitch, let you go. Baby, some money. You know, say you matching my steez. You know I'm a G. Shawty, I'm always keep it real. I know they for too much whining. I see they be, I see shy you they enter. Oh yeah, make you call a bee. Oh yeah, show yourself, do over sabi. Love is in the air. Baby, breathe in. The way you move this your body in a way, banana. Catch me up, got me hands up. But beautiful way, personality, shut up. Make I enter your life, make every city balance. As I get opportunity, why I know go mountain. Actually, I go ready, nothing come out in my hand for your matter. They see girls say, bad, but you bad. I'm okay, your waist,
me, I'm always keep it real. I know they for too much whining, they for too much whining. I see they be, I see show you they enter. Oh yeah, make you call up me. Oh yeah, show yourself, do over sabi. Love is in the air, baby breathing.
I'm a gon' low, I'm a gon' blow. This is my life, I ain't gon' lie, this is my shit. I say bad boy will get OT, stacking paper, play nicely, Leo Messi. Thank God we did alive, more blessings, sing clearly, Angeli. I know say anybody, person will see me, now me I see. I be on and yow, living my life, me so. But me about my wow, carry your walla go foul. Baby me go down low, down. She love bad man gangsta.
Elle aime les vrais gangsters, ceux qui sont pas instables. Love street, love money, my life. Jeune africain, congolais ambitieux, je ressens quand même une douleur malgré ta présence. Reçois, quality vibe, my guy, mamacita, il me reste peu de temps pour toi. J'sais pas où je passais la night. Pamakala ou Marbella, Bella, près des îles ou des favelas, hila, hila. J'sais pas où je passais la night. Pamakala ou Marbella, Bella, près des îles ou des favelas, hila, hila.
I'm a gon' low, I'm a gon' blow. This is my life, I ain't gon' lie, this is my shit. I say bad boy will get OT, stacking paper, play nicely, Leo Messi. Thank God they are alive, more blessings, sing clearly, Angeli. I don't say anybody, person will see me, now I see. I be on night, yo. Living my life, new soul. But leave me about my wow. Carry your walla go foul. Baby, me go down low, down. She love bad man gangsta.
Elle aime les vrais gangsters, ceux qui sont pas instables. Love street, love money, my life. J'sais pas où je vais passer la night. Ramakala ou Marbella, Bella, près des îles ou des favelas, hela, hela. J'sais pas où je vais passer la night. Ramakala ou Marbella, Bella, près des îles ou des favelas, hela, hela.
She let you know I'm loving now, they do me slow. Baby, cause I on me, you already know. Got every head turning, I see the press coming. So what you telling me now? Who's that girl? Who's that girl? What's popping? That girl, there's no stopping. What's coming? Feeling the energy, adrenaline rushing. Real talk, now real talk, they wanna know. Guess you never heard of me, I'm popping out like confetti. Love it, call me energy, cause I'm the one they wanna see. Guess you never heard of me, I'm popping out like confetti. Love it, call me energy, cause I'm the one they wanna see.
Yes, guys. You want to know what I got up no ring. It's just time, y'all. Push out, push out.
Step in the party, all balance, see body on my G's, they low-key pretty, take 'em easy on me, you get too much tease. If you give me body, I feel in the empty. Black top of girl, I'm a villain, take me as a prisoner since you stand for justice. And if I ain't no bad pass, you be better go like yo, champion, graceful, shallow. Me know say you get rugged side, you know be butty, me get plans to go and run away with you like my guess coffee. Normally you don't get in a competition, but to the trophy, not tryna gas you, everybody know this to the body. I said you know it, you copy. Bag your shit alive for the party, get a one link, cause they need assist. Say many girls, them day, but no many girls sabi. She one of one, dangerous, and every time she got me like, who's that girl? Who's that girl? What's popping? That girl, there's no stopping. What's coming? Feeling the energy, adrenaline rushing. Real talk, now real talk, they wanna know. Guess you
straight like cancer, we were. But the line moves, fire like hoops, carry my tools. If you get in mind, fire back. If you get in mind, fire back. So what you telling me now? Who's that girl? Who's that girl? What's popping? Bad girl, there's no stopping. What's coming? Feeling the energy, adrenaline rushing. Real talk, now real talk, they wanna know.
Look at me, dada. As my dreadlocks are longer. I know say right now, now my time, I no go waste them, rara. I go use them, dada. I go use them, dada. Innocentness in a bastard. I dey sip, I'm jeje. So if I do you wrong, I apologize. For the people who they sympathize, I got go make them larger. Full of snakes and spiders. Make a wrong move, lose your life, make it hard for your mother to sleep at night. Street no love you right. Some people they for mortuary. Some people they for hospital. Count your blessing one by one. Sure bet, yeah. Time has come to lift our voices. Lift my voice in prayer.
Ọlọ́ládé Àṣàkẹ́.
Áńgẹ́lì kan máa lé mi. Obìnrin tó bá fẹ́ rú mi, consider lucky. My baby, let's keep on jamming. This fire cannot cool down, baby, damn it, it's not me. Body shalom, my baby. Alumala only go, Ya Rabbi. Ilahi, ọba tó dá mi. Ó dá mi tán, ó ní big money. My tights. Perfect size. Brother, my wine. Wide up, wide up, wide up.
Okay, they play.
My baby, you are my special one, my bestie. You know I'm a soldier boy, but in your case I'll Confidence, they bust my head, take it easy. One for the road, keep it steady. Two for my girl, to get energy. But the magnetizing, fascinating. You light up the room, illuminating. Captivating, who can charge me? Such a bad bitch, but the bad me. Keep it moving, or a body. My thighs, perfect size. Rora my wine.
Kilo low, kilo better, call limited. Kilo, follow you again. Now I know they follow you again. Kilo, follow you again. Now I know they follow you again. Kilo, follow you again. Now I know they follow you again. Follow you again. Now I know they focus on paper. Baby, see you later. By the paper enter, I go call you. Shop for you, Balenciaga, Rico S. If it don't go be less, baby, my bed. Wait, look, see me, give me, ego. Money talking, now they working for money. Kilo, you don't sour. Holy water. Who can I make you updates? Shakabu easy. Kilo, do the wine easy. Give money easy. Life is to give money easy. Kilo, expensive girl. Baby, want it like costy. Let's know for a bad day. Cost test, fastest. I want it like cost test. For me, for you. My baby want it like cost test. Let's pursue girl. Cost test, fastest.
We dey focus on Niger, then they focus on paper. And if they meant I want them, then go vanish like NEPA. They know they give shishi, Student of GK, say you want full bara. We go do like we can. Sagba, let my people go. Sagba, let my people go. We just want to turn up and smoke it go. Sagba, let my people go.
Focus on paper. Baby, see you later. By the paper enter, I go call you. Shop for you, Balenciaga, Rico S. If it don't go be less, baby, my bed. Wait, look, see me, give me, ego. Money talking, now they working for money. Kilo, you don't sour. Holy water. Who can I make you updates? Shakabu easy. Kilo, do the wine easy. Kilo, give money easy. Life is to give money easy. Kilo, expensive girl. Baby, want it like costy. Let's know for a bad day. Cost test, fastest. I want it like cost test. For me, for you. My baby want it like cost test. Let's pursue girl. Cost test, fastest. Kilo.
Pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I don't dey gather my funds. Me and my guys they on soft. If you dey hate, it no be my fault. Better wait for your love. Yo, I'm dripping. Blue water Fiji. Balenciaga Ricky. Girls no one leave me. Share money for my guys like I been biscuits. We lit in. Push it peace on low key. Don't play with get competition. My enemy nasa. Now I gotta, cause I know feel lose guy, Really matter, men still months, inshallah. Start to the plan. Keep my head up, even though say sometimes it seems very hard. I'm on me, my dream be my pocket filled with green salad. MIA, me, I can give you my AT&T, man. No time for beefing anybody, no be waiting, bring me, come here. I know like stress, I better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I don't need gather my funds. Me and my guys, they on soft. If you they hate, it no be my fault. Better wait for your tongue. Yo, I'm dripping. Below water, Fiji. Balenciaga, Ricky. Girls, no one leave me. Share money for my guys like I be in biscuits. Willie T. Push your piece on low key. Don't play with me, I do this. Oh, yo. The streets ain't got no love. No matter what you do, people them must to talk. Even if you say you want to respond, if you say how they want to is in my control. I say now your fault. You guys are before you tumble. On me go hard before he goes off. Universe no life for us. Take your time, brother, me no rush. I better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I don't they gather my funds. Me and my guys, they on soft. If you they hate, it no be my fault. Better wait for your tongue. Yo, I'm dripping. Below water, Fiji. Balenciaga, Ricky. Girls, no one leave me. Share money for my guys like I be in biscuits. Willie T. Push your piece on low key. Don't play with me, I do this.
Lean.
Many people say Ejala no be small fish. Oh.
All of my dark days are gone. Who won't you made me strong? I'm proud of the man I've become. You can't have what is my own. One more savage, I know. The more you look less, you know. My money where they can go. And me more safe now. Oh, Pamureke Jikai. We rolling in dollars, yo mo fatai. Molo mo tu ala Dubai. Energy fugo ni madon wokai. Baba tani shem. Money many people. Many people. Many people. Many people.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from tea break. So now that we're all energized, I'm sure we can transfer all of that energy into very boisterous discussions within our groups. So can we settle in? All right, so let me go over the guidelines for our discussions here today. Can we take our seats, please? All right. Now, if you would refer to the screen, there are 5 groups. Group 1, as I had said initially, the groups are based off of predominant challenges journalists are facing with regards to practicing SoJo in their various, industries, organizations, and what have you. So the first group is lack of funding. The second group, Group 2, is lack of editorial support. Group 3 is lack of sufficient training. Group 4 is staying objective while reporting, while Group 5 is limited access to quality evidence. So, if you as a participant are experiencing any of these challenges, could you walk around the room? That's if the number isn't on your table. Walk around the room and find a table that has your preferred problem category and join them. Same goes for our facilitators who have been assigned to these respective groups. Do we all understand? Can I get some feedback? How many? I understand. So Group 5 already have started forming over here. Yes. So there are multiple, as it stands, there's currently multiple tables for the same bucket. But understanding that we have not so many people in here, we can cluster together. So we don't necessarily need to have multiple. So I see there's a Group 1 over there. So we can the Group 1s maybe cluster over there? How many members do we have in, Group 2, sorry. Group 2. We have Group 4. Could you raise it up? So Group 5, limited access to quality evidence over here. Group 5, limited access to quality evidence over here. Group 4, staying objective while reporting over here. Please, there's a table over here. Group 3, where are we? Group 3, lack of sufficient training. Excuse me, what group is that? So Group 3, lack of sufficient training is over here. We have Group 5, we have Group 3, we have Group 4. Group 2 is over there. Group 2 is lack of editorial support. And Group 1, lack of funding, is over there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'll take that again. We have Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, and Group 5. We have cardboards and markers. We have sticky notes. We have markers and sticky notes for you. I just have two. So if you require markers, if you require cardboards, there's sticky notes in there. Please, reminding our facilitators, you are to capture the notes from the discussions within your groups and turn them into Zubaydah. Submit them to Zubaydah at the end of your segment. So Group 1, again. Group 2 is over there. Group 3 is over here. Group 4 right here. And Group 5 over here. Is there anyone that hasn't found their family members. So I hope at this point we're all in our various groups. Please make room for, yes, I understand that we're clustering, so could we make some room? Hadiza, please can you move that table so that there's room for these guys to... Zah, please help move that table. You can, how many? So can we start wrapping up in 5 minutes? Would like all the groups to wrap up, and then we get recaps from the facilitators. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Can we all come back into our plenary session? I can see some of us have become quite engrossed in the conversations, which is what we're looking for. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So can we have the facilitators come up briefly to give like an overview, a brief recap of some of the things that were discussed in your group? Very briefly. And then I hope the discussions opened your eyes to some other solutions to problems you might have come in here with. I hope these engagements provided opportunities for networking, collaboration. I hope you met people within your groups that, have potential collaborative opportunities within them. So can we take our seats, please? All right, so can we have our facilitators come up and give a very brief overview of some of the topics, insights that were discussed within your groups? We'll start with Group 1. Group 1, which is lack of financing. So can we, I think, Dara. So we would have Dara Ajala give an overview of some of the insights, some of the discussions, themes that were considered within her group. So please, a round of applause as she takes the stage. A round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Ooh, nice food. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. This should be done really quickly. We had an interesting session right over there. The focus was, my name is Dara Ajala, and I work with Media Development Investment Fund. We support organizations. We provide financial support to independent media organizations. And it was interesting that we had that conversation around funding, a couple of thematic problems. You guys good? Okay. We had a couple of thematic problems arise from the conversations with the team. But one thing we did agree on was that, while overarching problems within the room, there is also the potential for everybody to come up with a solution to those problems, which is exactly what happened. So a round of applause to all the members of the group for coming up with these solutions. So some of the challenges were, funding blocks for new organizations where familiar names keep getting picked for funding, and a few suggestions that we unlocked during the conversation was get known, get visible, clarify your value proposition. So get into rooms like this, lightning conversations, apply for lightning conversations, and get visible. Be very clear on your value proposition, and so on and so forth. And then the next challenge we saw, ooh, Dina, you're writing though. So you can't do the work without having reporters and editors to do it, and that needs funding. And so we talked about, some of the solutions that came from the group was collaboration, rather than trying to do everything alone, collaborate. Instead of just seeing everybody as competitors, collaborate. You don't necessarily need to travel to Zamfara. there are organizations and individuals living in Zamfara that you can reach on the phone. So collaboration as a way to unlock funding, but also preserve funding, was a solution that came up. And that's also come up. There's a lack of collaboration between state agencies. So a state agency raised a funding challenge, and we all had a field day coming at them to say, you have all the resources you need. As a government agency, you are in all local governments of the Federation, which is 774, last I checked, or almost all of it. And so building community structures that you serve rather than waiting for them to serve you is one of the solutions that we explored. Lack of media business success models, that one is key. And so we talked about the reason why investors and organizations who support media organizations financially look for examples of success. It's to fill out a risk profile. For people to invest, either through grants or investment, it's important to understand what's the risk profile of this solution. Has it been done elsewhere? Did it fail? Did it succeed? Why did it succeed? Why did it fail? All of those lessons help to build out a risk profile. And this is not to say we will not invest, people will not invest in new solutions, but it's just to say that as what your risk profile is. If you're a new venture, it means your risk profile is higher. It doesn't mean that you will not get investment. It just means that you have to find ways to mitigate the risk. When you understand your risk, you are able to identify mitigation mechanisms to those risks. So those were some of the conversations that were had around funding, and thank you all to the group.
Another round of applause, please. Collaboration is key. You really can't do it alone. What's it called? If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So I'm glad that that actually came out even as a means to address the challenge of lack of funding. Okay, so I think for Group 2 was over there. So we'll be having Ms. Sheon Durojaye come up to give the insights from the team. So a round of applause, thank you, as she takes the stage. You see, that's a group that obviously had a lot to talk about. See how they are supporting and cheering her on as she comes on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Our conversation was very interesting, but thank you for the encouragement. We had a very interesting conversation around editorial support, and we identified a number of barriers that journalists, editors, storytellers face. They include one young journalist said that she lacks confidence in approaching newsrooms or editors to pitch solution stories. Another person, a number of people mentioned that they work with mainstream, traditional media platforms, and they're not quite flexible, and the editors and the gatekeepers don't accept solution stories, and so there is widespread newsroom resistance. You do your pitch, you do your story, you submit, but the editor just trashes it. Or you've gone ahead to break down all your 4 pillars, and the editor just feels like your limitation is extra, and he takes it out and destroys all the hard work and the SoJo that you've done. That's another barrier that we identified. And then there's also the fact that students come from different backgrounds. Some of them study political science, for example, or courses that are far from journalism, but they found their way into the journalism space. And so that integration, that transition, they don't have the mentorship and support to drive the kind of stories they want to tell. And they have the challenge of, integrating their background and what they are now practicing. And most of these mainstream traditional platforms are already used to a certain way of telling stories. Like news agency and FRSCN, they have something called style book. In fact, it's called the Bible, the news Bible. And as a journalist, if you don't follow what is written there, the editor will just trash your story, whether it's solutions or not, right? And we also talked about the absence of formal journalism, solutions journalism curricula in schools. How can we connect with educators so that we are catching the journalists young before they even come to the newsroom? So these are some of the barriers we identified. And then we also talked about solutions, and we shared very interesting examples of what we're willing to adopt in our own respective spaces and things that we can try. We know that editors act as gatekeepers and often follow strict house rules, but we thought, is there a way we can collaborate? Is there a way we can get editors, maybe connect with the Nigeria Guild of Editors? Basically, instead of focusing solutions journalism training on journalists alone, we have to consider the gatekeepers, because it's one thing for journalists to be passionate and want to do SoJo, but they now have to face their editors who most of the time haven't been trained on SoJo or don't understand it or know how to edit it. And so because of that, they just ignore the stories. So is there a way we can come together to target trainings for editors so that they understand SoJo, they adopt it, and know how to edit the stories as well? We also talked about creating that systemic training pipeline for editors. So it's not just gathering editors in a room and convincing them that they should adopt or take up SoJo. It's that creating that pipeline where everyone understands the framework and how they can apply it in their newsrooms. We also talked about one of the major barriers is because SoJo is this, some people think it's this new form or kind of model of journalism. Journalists feel they need to sell solutions journalism to their editors. So when they want to tell stories, they forget that it's still solutions journalism. It's purely journalistic. It's investigative journalism that you're doing. It's just through a solutions lens. I always say that solutions journalism is a storytelling technique. It's not a model, a new form of journalism that we've never heard before. So instead of journalists trying to sell the idea that, oh, my editor, I want to do solutions journalism, how about you sell the story idea? Why are you telling the story? Why is it relevant? Why have you chosen to tell it through a solutions lens? Why are you imbibing or why are you adopting the solutions lens to tell this particular story? So if you focus on selling the story idea, why it's relevant, its urgency, and you show those, your editor is more likely to allow you to commission the report, as opposed to when you go there and say, oh, I want to try solutions journalism and I need support, right? And on and on and on till we talked about a lot of things, but the cap was we recognize that there are collaborations that need to happen between editors and journalists. And that's creating that synergy where even as a community of SoJo experts and advocates, we have space where journalists and editors can collaborate to drive and practice more SoJo. If we had that space or community, it would help journalists and other storytellers struggling to do SoJo, and they don't have or they lack the support to carry it through. So yeah, that's what we discussed. Thank you, everyone.
I hope when I call on group 3, your team supports the facilitator the same way group 2 have done theirs. So please, a round of applause again for group 2. Group 3, please don't get left behind. So I'd like to call on Mr. Rashid Adebi for presenting a recap of some of the discussions they had in their team.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Rashid Adebi. I'm a media educator. First, I want to appreciate the members of Group 3 for doing an awesome job. We identified, when it comes to problems, there are always problems, especially when it has to do with education. We identified lack of funding for trainings because we are supposed to look at the training gaps. We also identify a not too robust engagement with the academic community when it comes to the solutions journalism. We have some students amongst us who also identify insufficient practical exposure. They complained of too much theory, and then when they get outside, the story changes. We also identify the fact that some journalism schools and training institutions are integrating solution journalism into the curriculum, but there is need to do more, because when you go from outside to teach, the student might not take it serious because it's not going to end in examination and marks. We also identify the fact that mindset is important. Currently, we have a group of trainers who are trained in the old school belief that if it does not bleed, it does not lead, and so to now change that mindset and make them adopt a solution approach to covering issues is very key. So there are a lot of problems that we identified, and when we talk too much about the problem, what happens? So we need to talk about the solutions as well. To the problem of lack of funding for training, the group asked that we put in place digital resources that can be there for people to access. We identified that SJN has an insight lab, but it is not enough because we need more localized, more contextualized learning resources that students can relate with. And so we look at that. We also talked about more involvement of journalism schools in training. My group members noted that there is a need for more journalism teachers to be brought into the room, that we can't over-focus on one side of it without looking at the other side. And as Sheondro Jaye said, that there is a need to catch them young. You can't catch them young if you don't engage with the gatekeepers of those places where these students are. So it's very key and important. We also noted that integration of solution journalism curriculum into the university is good, but we also have to look at what level are we introducing it. My group members noted that we should do that early before the mind is formed while you are training, so that you can get them. But this sounded very relatable to me, because when we wanted to introduce the course in my university, we were looking at, should we put it in 200 level year 2 students? Some of my colleagues were saying, would year 2 students be ready to take that, or we get to 300 level by the time they have taken more writing courses and all of that? But I think the issue of mindset that was noted is also very key and important. And we also talked, so we now say that we, for universities or training institutions, we can have 2 do intro to solutions journalism, where you teach them the philosophy, the principles, and all of that, and then we can have an advanced solution journalism course where they face the real practicals. And then concerning the lack of adequate practical in the courses, we noted that it is not only about journalism, it's about almost every other course that we run in the Nigerian university system. So my team suggested that we need to bring in more practitioners, people from the field, into the classroom. That classroom, newsroom, or industry bridge is important to be built, and we need to do that a lot. because no matter how the classroom is struggling, it's not easy to catch up with what's happening in the industry. And so the best way to plug that gap is to bring in the professionals. We also said that in order to make students, especially students of these days, to take solution journalism more serious, that we should come up with competitions such as the SGN Organized Student Media Challenge that is run. When you do that, you celebrate those who have had impactful stories. People or students will take it more serious, will embrace it, and will open doors for educators to also take it up. So these are the challenge and the solutions that we identified. Once again, I want to thank that group for making the session conversational, and everybody contributed. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. So now we'll be calling on group 4. So let's keep that energy going. Mr. Innocent Etang. I like it. Keep it coming till he gets here now. Let's go. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So our group discussed objectivity, being objective while doing solutions journalism. And I think we had one of the most engaged, I think the most engaged group. Because the issue of ethics and objectivity is usually very heated, right? So what we did typically was have a discussion. We kind of brought out scenarios to understand where we had issues, where we had found ourselves thinking where we should be objective, or what decision we should make. And so we came up with about 7 points from those discussions to help us. In the process of our discussion, we talked about objectivity across board, right? I mean, when you're doing a hardcore investigative story or a conflict story, the way you tackle objectivity might be different from the way someone that is doing a SoJo story is tackling it, because from a SoJo perspective, we kind of focus on the novelty behind the initiative, the intervention, as against someone who is doing an investigative story, a conflict story that has to go into some details about the problem. So here are the things we concluded. And number one, we said you should approach it with an investigative mind. All right. So we've had situations where someone finds an initiative that they feel is working, and they just jump in and they want to kind of hype what the person is doing. But you have to have in mind that you are investigating the response. So you don't just take what they say to you at face value. You want to dig down to understand this thing that they say they're doing. Are they really doing it? Is it creating the impact they say it is creating? And you are asking very strong questions, very open-ended questions that allow you elicit the right response from them, all right? So the second one we say you should listen to all parties. It is in listening to all the parties that you are able to uncover the limitations. All right. So I have situations where someone just kind of interview the person that is providing the response, but I used to tell them you've got to go beyond them, get to talk to the people who are benefiting from it, ask them, where do you think this thing is not working? All right. Sometimes we have a situation where someone just interviews the person that is providing the response, and the person says, we've reached 10,000 people, and this is the impact we're creating. But I will always tell them, as a journalist, as an editor, over the past several years doing SoJo, I will always tell them, ask the beneficiaries, what is it that you think this intervention is not doing well? How better could it have been? Get to find out from them what they think can be improved on, all right? And then the third one we say, you should always avoid subjective language. All right? So sometimes you have instances where someone describes the impact of what an initiative is doing as very credible. I mean, very incredible, very amazing. And I'm saying, no, it's not in your place to decide that this is amazing. You have to report it as it is, allow the reader to decide that this is so incredible. All right? So you want to avoid subjective language. And then we also say that objectivity without balance and fairness is propaganda. So you cannot detach fairness and balance from objectivity. So you want to try to reach out to every single person that you should reach out to get their take. You want to be fair to all the parties involved. And then number 5, we say you've got to prioritize ethical decision making. All right. Now, whether it's solutions journalism, it is investigative journalism, it is data journalism, whatever kind of journalism you're doing, the ethics is what guides us. And you must follow that. In fact, once you have followed the ethics, you can go to bed. All right? You're clear. Your conscience is clear. So follow the ethics. If you make a decision to use a particular photo, if you make a decision to say this is a massacre or this is a genocide, the ethics is what guides you. And you've got to follow it. All right? And then we say that you should provide context. Again, this comes closely to what we said about prioritizing ethics. You've got to provide context. I think Anita did justice to that yesterday when she did tell us that in their newsroom, they kind of provide context to everything, assuming that the reader doesn't know what you're talking about. So if you, for example, say this is genocide or this is a massacre, the context will help the reader understand whether this is genocide or massacre. You've got to provide context at every given point, and it helps the people understand better. Another thing we added here that made us laugh a lot, we said no gratifications, no brown envelopes. So whether it is solutions journalism, investigative journalism, or whatever journalism you're doing, don't collect brown envelopes. I tell my journalists that. I had gone to a place to tell a story somewhere in Brno, and then they brought me a bottle of water, and I said, I'm not collecting it. They were laughing at me. But that's what we do. We say, whether it's social journalism or not, no gratifications, no brown envelopes. And I hope that this will help you in your journey of social journalism. Thank you very much.
So are we all committing to this, please? No money, no brown envelopes, right? So another round of applause for group 4. And now calling on the last, but obviously not least, I'd like to call on Mr. Kende Ugunyele for giving the presentation of the insights for group 5. There we go. Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. We need to find a solution for that greeting. Good afternoon, everybody. More like it. All right. So I was told to talk about limited access to evidence. And, by introduction, my name is Kende Ugunyale. I work as a data journalist. Right? One of the very big questions is, you're a data journalist. This is solutions journalism. What's like the big questions to that, right? But then over time and over years, I've always discovered how sometimes in the 4 pillars, you can't always find data in everything, right? Such that data helps us answer every question. And not to bore you with a lot of talks, it is how we can put data in responses, put data in evidence, put data in insights, and also put data in interpretations. A lot of times the problems that we face with a lot of journalists is that they go out being commissioned for a solutions journalism piece, right? Go to a particular local government or any place they are implementing that, and they allow the initiative tell them the problem. Meanwhile, you're supposed to find the problem, then look for who is solving it, right? That's like someone does not tell you, this is the problem I'm facing, especially if you're writing a report. Find the problem, then it tells you this is how I'm solving it. And we were able to identify that at least in at least, let's say, break down three things, right? Especially if we try to put the lens of saying we're looking for quality evidence in this. So by starting off, we try to define what first is quality evidence. How do we, as writers, as policymakers, define the word quality evidence? That could be perspectives, right? Depending on whatsoever you're working. But then, 3 points that we wanted to bring out. Number one, the solution-driven report is tell the whole story. Sometimes the whole story is not one report, and which is a misconception we have to clear from our mind, right? The whole story might not be one report. It might be series of reports. It might be series of incidences, right? Not that capacity, and that stems from a question when someone asks, if I see bias here, right? Would I, thank you. If I find bias here, right? If I'm going to do an investigative piece here and I didn't get the whole evidence or I didn't get the victim to it, will I leave that story alone? Sometimes the whole story might not just be one report. It might be a series of reports. So we had a panel yesterday that talked about, I think Mr. Dayo talked about commissioning a particular piece. It created an issue. Years later, that problem that was reported created an impact, right? So the whole story was there was a problem. After several years, this was what? The impact. That's the whole story. So it might not just be one report. The second thing is quality evidence might not be a person. And this is how we try to bring it down to victims. Someone was asking the question of, what if I don't find a victim to a story, right? Do I do away with the story? Sometimes the victim might not be a person. It might be a policy. I explained that by this. Okay, we want to tell, someone was citing an example of an AI-generated, sexual immorality kind of thing, right? And the person said, if I don't find someone like that in Nigeria, then how then do I address that issue? And I said, it's simple, right? If you don't find a victim of that incident in Nigeria, what then is the policy that is failing that probably in 2 years to come or in 3 months to come, someone will now become victim of that thing, right? So sometimes you might not be able to just limit evidence or limit a problem to a person. It might just be a policy, right? And you can just broaden your mind, and which is a lot of times what we as journalists do. We try to, because we want to think of an idea, we try to victimize a person with it. Oh, I want to tell an HIV story. And you put on a journalist request, I'm looking for an HIV victim. Which HIV victim will message you and tell you, I am an HIV victim? It's almost impossible, right? So sometimes you might not find a victim as a person. You might find it in policies, you might find it in actors, you might find it in laws and the likes, and that just gives you a good picture of where you're going. And the last thing we talked about is no evidence or no data can be isolated to one interpretation, right? There's not just one thing that you can give. So this is not the only definition to how you can define just one evidence or one data or one issue. There might just be multiple factors, right? In fact, we defined it to understanding the tripartite interpretation to always defining an issue. So if you want to understand Kehinde Ogunale, sometimes the way to understand Kehinde Ogunale is not by walking to him. Sometimes you just have to meet the family. Sometimes you have to meet the friends, right? That can even give you a broader picture of that person. So picking one data set and isolating it to just this particular interpretation. What if you're doing a flooding related story and you can't find flooding data, right? Do you do away with that story? No. Do you say your story is over? No. But you can always find subjective issue. If there's flooding in this community, it automatically means that malaria would increase. It automatically means that typhoid will increase. It automatically means cholera, dilapidated buildings will come down. If you find those data, sometimes correlation might not mean causation, but it's also a factor driving it, right? And this can always give you, at the end of the day, what we call the whole story or finding the whole evidence of the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. A round of applause for him as he takes his seat, please. It has been such an interesting session. So now we're going to dive into the next on the agenda. I'm going to call on our Senior Human Resources Manager, Damilola Ilori. She's going to give us a presentation, but then she's going to give us an icebreaker. Then she's going to introduce a SoJo documentary. Thank you.
Thank you, Adiza. Good afternoon, everyone. So we've had, a lot of conversations, and it's time to just do a quick icebreaker, just to tease our minds a little. But before we go on to the icebreaker, we've clapped for panelists, we've clapped for speakers. I'd like you to take some time to just clap for yourselves as participants. Okay, so the icebreaker, so I'm here to do two things. One is the icebreaker, and it is called English Adage. So you're going to be seeing pictures of adages, and you're supposed to interpret what it is. So let's go. This is the first one. So project the answer. So do we get the idea now? But you can see the bird. So this is the next one. Hey, good one. Now I have an engaging audience. Yes, do not put all your eggs in one basket. The next slide, please. No. 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 Okay, so this one is a 0 from the audience. Okay, so let's have the answer. All things come to those who wait. Okay, so you can meet the INEC chairman and dispute the results after now. So the next slide, please. Yes, come on, give it up for yourselves. The next slide. Very good, very good. The next one, please. Whoa, 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 whoa. Very good. Very good. Those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. What? Give it up for our MD, please. A penny for your thoughts. All right, the next slide. What? No. So you're getting the idea behind it. What you just said now. No. So think along the line of an adage. No, it's not that. Someone said something. Okay, so that is a skunk. Drunk as a skunk. Oh, yeah. All right. I did give you a tip, though. So the next one. This is very simple. It's money, but an adage. Who said that? No, someone said something about the bulk. Yes, thank you. That was the answer. Okay. Okay, so that we can wrap this up, I'm going to give, do not pee on me. I've started the adage already. Do not pee on me. I what? No. Okay, let's project the answer. Oh, I'm sorry. On the wing and prayer. I'm really sorry. It's the next. No. Very simple. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. So, a cup. A cup. No. A cup. A tempest. A tempest. Thank you. She got the answer. A tempest in a teapot. So this is the do not pee on me. No. It has nothing to do with patience. Okay, so let's project the light slide. Do not pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. You could also say do not pee on me and tell me it's raining. All right, thank you very much. It's been an engaging audience. So the next thing I would like to do here is we're going to be spotlighting the SoJo documentary very quickly. And I'll just want to talk about that very quickly. Now, this documentary that you're about to watch was produced in 2023 at the conclusion of the inaugural Solutions Journalism training that was done in that year. And it captures how, the Solutions Journalism initiative was born. It goes behind the scenes to show interviews, first-hand accounts of how adopting a solutions-driven reporting lens has reshaped narratives, influenced conversations, and inspired meaningful community-level change. Now, at the launch of this initiative, so far we've completed about 3 cohorts of the Solutions Journalism training. We've trained more than 500 people, including journalists, editors, and students on the use of solutions journalism as a tool. We've also walked across the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, and we've leveraged the solutions journalism tracker to amplify the reach and the impact of participating journalists. At the heart of all of this, the mission has always been clear. We shine a spotlight on the people, the communities, and the organizations who are creating lasting solutions. As writers, as communities, as organizations. Now, it is all about empowering storytellers, empowering writers, and encouraging communities to imagine new outcomes, and reminding us as a people that progress is not only possible, it is happening all around us today. And so, the documentary is more than a recap. It is a story that celebrates our growth as an organization and the impact of what we have done, and the powerful effects of a solution-centered journalism. So thank you for taking the time to watch and listen.
My name is Chibike Alaboso. I am the Senior Program Manager at Nigeria Health Watch, and I am also the project lead for the Nigeria side of the Solutions Journalism as Africa initiative, which essentially is helping journalists and media organizations in Nigeria to learn how to tell stories that are not just focused on problems, but reporting on people who are addressing those problems.
organization, one of the things that we've always done is use informed commentary and advocacy to push for health policies. We've been using this as a means to advocate to policymakers, and solutions journalism has been a way we've been doing it historically. So our involvement with Solutions Journalism Network was an extension of this. And the aim was for not just Nigeria Health Watch to be instituting and using solutions journalism to respond or to report on social problems, but also to expand the reach so that other newsrooms across Nigeria could also use this as a means of not just sharing bad news, but also responding to problems that people often don't know how to deal with, but really highlighting and spotlighting communities, individuals, businesses that were finding solutions to everyday problems that Nigerians face.
So as much as possible, we try to be diverse while selecting people, the newsrooms in the cohort, because we also looked at different elements. Radio, because radio is still a big part of how people receive information. Radio, TV, print.
Solution journalism in radio is very unique, because if you check the world these days, though there are social media, there are other electronic media, but there's one uniqueness about radio. Radio covers a very vast majority of persons when it has to do with people that are not really grounded in terms of the literary understanding.
So we sort of mapped all of these people, reached out to them, the leadership, because we understand that to make this part of their newsroom, not just the project, they project in and they move on.
I remember when we first started our initial cohort, and we were contacting different newsrooms and trying to explain what we were trying to do. And of course, then it wasn't so easy, because there is a way that news is often reported, and what is this solutions journalism that you're trying to do, and how will our team work with you, and how will you support?
The program trained journalists on the practice of solution journalism. So from it, I learned how to write impactful stories, focus on responses to social problems instead of wholly problems as we are used to do.
Solutions journalism became part of my reporting. And immediately was that it's possible I may have been attempting to do my stories solutions journalism way, but I didn't quite know the 4 pillars. So, but what the solutions journalism did for me was to just lay out the principles.
For some of the newsrooms we had spoken to, and the change that we saw was they actually started spending time doing more investigative journalism. We often know that newsrooms are pressured to turn around stories quicker, but what the solutions journalism model made them do is look beyond just reporting problems, which they often do, but being a bit more balanced and not just reporting the problems, but also understanding the impact on communities of some of the solutions they reported in. So these were skills that has enabled them also to reach a much wider audience, because being able to now share their stories on things like the Solutions Journalism Network Tracker has expanded their reach and has given them the perspective to understand that it's not just about reporting news from the perspective of Nigeria, but also looking to how those solutions can impact countries outside of Nigeria.
So part of the impact of this program on my newsroom where I work is the fact that it has spurred us to do a whole lot of SoJo stories, not just within the headquarters of the office, but we've kind of stepped it down to state correspondents, those reporting from other states for daily trust across Nigeria.
There's an example that was shared by, for instance, Kiss FM. And we always talk about how do we show women and how do we represent the strength of women in news? Because women we know are often underrepresented. So they reported on a story of a community in Kubwa, in Abuja, who were waking up every morning and was solving a very basic issue. The road was really bad where they lived.
In 2019, our road is not motorable. So we have to mobilize ourselves because it affected our children, it affected our women. Pregnant women are falling and they lose their baby. And the students are falling and they are dying. So that is how the women organize themselves to fix the road since 2019 till today.
Others will come and report us and left. But these ones normally come maybe every 2 months, every month that we came, that we see the work that we have done, that we interview us, and they will support us. If they have a little money, they will give us to support the road, their own financially support. That is how they are different than others.
And because of that, they were adversely impacted by it. So women going to the hospitals couldn't get there on time. So the impact of this story for Kiss FM was really critical because they were able to work with the community. So they were using the voice of the community to highlight a solution to a problem that people face on a daily basis, but they were using their means to solve it. And using the Kiss FM platform enabled the women to have a broader reach and enabled Kiss FM to also look at those human angle stories that really generate interest and inspire people to feel that they can also be part of social change.
So, another round of applause, please. I think that was a very insightful. For those of us who weren't here from the beginning, I hope that documentary provided some context as to where we're coming from, informing where we are now, and hopefully how far we intend to go. Subsequently, we'll be having a panel session tagged The Road So Far, so that would more than likely give more context to this documentary you've seen here today. And I also want to mention that I think it's also worth mentioning that that documentary was produced by the Solutions Journalism Network at the closeout of the very first phase of the initiative in 2023. So we've come quite some way. I think you could see that some of the people in the video compared to now, have don't look quite like they look right now. So, but I think again, it just shows that this has started since 2020. This is 2025, and it's not looking or showing any signs of, ending anytime soon. So I think it deserves another round of applause. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. So at this point in time, I would like to introduce someone very dear to the house. We had been battling, enabling, ensuring that he could make it, and we're glad that he was able to. So with a warm welcome, I am about to introduce Mr. Chude Jidonwu, who is the host of #WithChude Syndicated Talk Show and is the chair of the Fourth Mainland Creator Fund. Please, a round of applause as he takes the stage for his remark. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Come on, there we go. And then just also to mention, when he is done, we're also going to have an open floor, so you get to ask him questions. Some of you might be familiar with his page, his content. You might have had some questions to ask, and this is the opportunity to do so. So please, without further ado, Mr. Chude.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I said Nigeria is perhaps the only country where a speaker goes on stage with a power bank. Has everybody had lunch? Okay, I just want to emphasize that it's not my fault. It's not the fault of my speech. It's not the fault of my talk. So if you are thinking of food while I'm talking, give me grace, please. I'm glad to be here, very excited to be here. Very excited to be part of the work in any small way that Nigeria Health Watch is doing and the Solutions Journalism Network is doing across the world. This room has some of the people doing the most important, most innovative work across journalism in the country and in the continent, and it's an honor to be here. So I thought if I'm going to be speaking to people in the afternoon, this was supposed to be yesterday morning, what do I do so that they don't sleep off? I thought I'll look for a little bit of trouble. And so today I'm going to be sharing some ideas that might irritate a few of you. But I figured I'm amongst friends, colleagues, former colleagues, future colleagues, and so it's safe. It's a safe space to challenge us to think deeper about the work that we are all doing. and to share what might be propagative insights that helps us do the work even better. I'm titling this, not that it needs a title, How Do We Solve a Problem Like Independent Journalism? And what I'm going to do is share a few thoughts. I've been giving a number of keynote speeches over the past few weeks and months about how we should stop trying to tell African stories to the world. And I wanted to, instead of giving it as a speech, I wanted to break it into a series of small ideas that inform why I think African journalists should begin to look inwards rather than outwards. Now, recently, a few weeks ago, one of the organizations I've co-founded had a project it was doing that was funded by a fantastic international donor. And then they came back to me and said, the script, what's the word? Let's call it a script. The script for the project had been, the funder had asked us to change the script, change some of the language in the script. It was very strange to me because I didn't know that they could interfere with how the story itself was told. And we're really struggling with it because we really felt strongly that the way that we had told that story was what was going to be effective to the audience that we're trying to target. And so the CEO and other people were struggling with this. Should we change it? And I said, look, unfortunately, capital has a point of view. And so if somebody with a very clear point of view gives you money to do something, at some point you have two choices. You return the money and say, I don't align with that way of thinking, or you find a compromise between how you think the thing should run and how they think the thing should run, no matter if you are the expert on that particular type of storytelling or not. Now that's what we did. And because these are great guys, well-intentioned, incredible guys, supportive of our work, but that was the compromise we had to make. But later when we're reviewing, we're looking at the nature of compromise. Because when you're trying to tell a story, when you're a journalist, as any editor in an investigative journalism room knows, when you have a very stubborn idea of how this story should be told. And for it to make the most impact, compromise is usually not the word. You don't compromise your way to impact. Unfortunately, many of us who are journalists in Nigeria, in Africa, most of the capital that funds journalism here comes from outside for a number of good reasons. First and foremost, our local investors, philanthropists, and all of that don't seem to prioritize investing in journalism and storytelling. And if they do, it's, as they say, brown envelopes, even though these days it's white. Sometimes it can even be blue, so we don't know what is inside. So what happens is that from the beginning, the money, the perspective, the framing of the work that we have to do is outside in, not inside out. By default. It's not the fault of the people who want to do good, because after all, if your own billionaires were funding you, you wouldn't need to go to billionaires outside to fund you. And the billionaires outside that want to fund you have a very specific idea of what the world is. Yeah? And the people who worked with them have a very specific idea of what the world is. And you can't blame them for wanting to live out their specific idea. So you both are caught in a grip where it might not be the reality on the ground, but they are entitled to their point of view, and you may not like it, but you have to accept consciously or unconsciously the framing that they have given you. A vast majority of the media operations in Nigeria are funded by outside money. Vast majority. Many of us in this room. And so if that money, so of course this is not a call for the money to go. Some people say, oh, why is Bob Geldof doing what he's doing? Will you replace it? If bonus money goes, are you going to replace it? If you're not going to replace it, I'll take imperfect money over no money. Yeah, but the idea is if foreign money goes, our entire journalism infrastructure collapses in the country. Collapses. News platforms, tech platforms, even some culture platforms. There's something deeply dangerous about that. Because even if you say consciously you are not being affected by that framing, when you are submitting your reports, you have to align whatever you've done with the perspective that gave you the money in the first place. Now, the problem with that is not the money in itself. The money in itself is not dangerous. The problem is the framing that it forces, consciously or unconsciously. And the amount of work we have to do to resist that framing when we should just be reporting the story. And so what that does is that it often turns, and especially for journalism, solution journalists, it often turns the people we are reporting about, they are either perfect victims, you know, or they are simplistic beneficiaries of our solutions. Because you know, capitalism is in its late stage, allegedly, but the beauty of capitalism, the beauty of democracy and free markets is that they force you to listen to your customer. And in the case of journalism, the actual customer is the audience, is the consumer. Now, if your imperative is driven by the consumer, then you have no choice but to understand the consumer. Are we together? You have to understand how they think, why they act, the language they use, how they consume, even if you don't agree with them. But if ultimately the people is not the customer that's sustaining your media organization, but it's a funder in Berlin, the incentive for you to understand your customer becomes lessened by default. You no longer understand your misogynistic uncle. You no longer understand your transactional classmate. You no longer understand your mother who still defends female circumcision. You no longer understand the Yahoo boy who argues that he has no choice. You no longer understand the FCDA official who goes about damaging buildings without empathy. Because you are disconnected from their reality, you can't even persuade them because your point of view is already calcified. That's the danger. So we pretend as Nigerians sometimes to be aghast when Nigerian hospitals ask for police reports, when they are accident victims, as if we do not know that the reason why the hospitals do that is because they too can be arrested. And so in trying to find a solution for that, because we are looking from a Western gaze, where they don't understand this, it seems like a simple moral issue, but it's not a simple moral issue. It's a complex socio-political and economic issue. And so in speaking to those kinds of issues, if our gaze is from a simple morality of hospitals should do no harm, you know, because of what the Hippocratic oath says, we miss the complexity that can actually convince hospital administrators to make different choices. It looks good in the reports and the stories that we share in international summits, but it doesn't actually move the people on the ground. That is how come journalists have ceded ground to some well-intentioned activists. So journalists get upset at someone like VDM and all of that. But I say the problem is that he speaks the language of the streets and we speak the language of conferences. When there is such a mismatch, our stories no longer move people. So two things can be true at the same time. We must be thankful for the foreign monies that come in, very grateful for them, but all of us must begin to think of how we can continue to do our important work beyond those monies, whether they are there or not there. Like I said, the solution is not to say, okay, let us replace foreign monies with local money. First and foremost, local money doesn't exist. Secondly, as we might have noticed, many of our old media organizations are funded by political and government patronage. Advertising rate cards are distorted because a politician can pay for 1 hour of airtime with unlimited resources, and a company or an NGO cannot. So our local politicians are not our saviors. Moving from the West to Russia or China is also not the solution, because all monies have points of view. So it's not an either-or situation. is perhaps an and or a be conscious of what is happening. Because like all of us are witnesses, there's supposed to be a fantastic, and I spent the whole week reading up on it, West African Museum, located in Benin, and it may not be located there anymore because our local politics and our local patronage begins to distort what should be solving a simple problem of art access. So it's not a simple solution like that. Many years ago, I had a conversation with a funder, Adedeji. Is Deji here? Of the MDIF, who is a troublemaker. Right, he's worse than me. And Deji said something that was so powerful a few years ago. He says to be independent as a journalist, it's not just to be independent of local corruption, it's to be independent of your funders. It's to be independent of anybody who can control your point of view. That means that even as you are collecting the money, you are thinking to yourself, what happens if the money stops coming? Or if this is the purpose for which I came into this business, and there is a conflict, can I say no to particular kinds of money to maintain my vision? If we can't do that, then we are not independent. If not that the money is bad, but if you can't say there is a point at which we can say no and keep going, then we are not truly independent. And the reason why independence matters, like I said, especially for solutions journalists, is that you are reporting on solutions. And so if your perspective is different from the perspective of the people whose problems are being solved, you promote wrong solutions, and we scale wrong solutions, and we wonder why the boreholes are being attacked by the people who we built the boreholes for. I say that there are two times where there was glorious independence for Nigerian media. One was during the colonial era, in the 60s, just before we won political independence, and just after, before we won political local corruption. And the reason was that there was such a desire for freedom from Nigerians that the journalists, people like Sad Sam, Samamuka, and Peter Enahoro, Peter Pan, this famous columnist, there was such a grassroots energy that they had no choice but to reflect that. And yes, Nigeria's economy was booming then, so it was easier for people to buy newspapers and all of that. But the monies were coming from the local market. Now, people can say it's about economic, but no. The second time that our journalism was truly, truly flourishing independently was at the worst time of our economy under General Sani Abacha, when journalists like Ray Ekpo and Yakubu Mohammed and Dapo Oloriyomi and others formed Newswatch, The News, Tell, and all of that. And Nigerians who were sick and tired of military rule were buying hundreds of thousands of these newspaper copies, even in the midst of poverty. I say that Nigerians will spend money on pre-wedding shoots and burials that they can't afford with money they don't have. It's not because they don't have money that they're not buying newspapers. It's because they feel like it's not value for money. So the solution is just like the event organizer. Do you realize that we used to have a time in Nigeria when if you went to a party, it was likely food was going to finish? Do you remember that time? And we'll be fighting for rice. But now, parties is now a thing of pride for parties to have abundant food. Because people like Funke Bokno and Yewande Zacchaeus came in and changed the game. So suddenly people stopped mising on food because suddenly not having food in your party meant that you were really poor. So poverty wasn't the problem. People just didn't put value on having abundant food in their party. So if they are not seeing our journalism as worth paying for, then it means that we are fundamentally disconnected from the things that they are willing to pay for. So the challenge is to find a financial model that is rooted in a deep understanding of the audience. That's the solution. And many of us give up too soon. For instance, people say, there is no, and this is me included, I'm not removing myself from this. So people say, oh, Nigerians don't like to donate, for media, but Nigerians donate. Nigerians donate for kidney patients, Nigerians donate for accident victims, Nigerians donate in the moment. And so the idea is that, are we trying so hard to implement a membership or subscription or donation model we have seen in New York rather than trying to understand, maybe Nigerians donate in the moment. And so what we should be doing are pop-up fundraisers, where we are not trying to create an institutional kind of chain, but we are saying at particular inflection moments, Nigerians can give. Now, that's not a solution, it's a suggestion. I'm saying, perhaps rather than saying Nigerians don't read, but they are reading the David Oyedepo's books, or Nigerians don't do this, is to say, what are they consuming, and are we designing our own journalism to align with how they consume? The same people that spray money are the same people in the economy. And now they don't even spray money. Now Nigerians are very innovative. So they say, stop spraying. So we said, hold my beer. And then we said we will pack it and hold it and dance with it, but the money must go. So the same way that the real estate people, for wherever they're getting the source of money, have managed to create a mortgage system where banks were unable to for decades. It's the same way that we as journalists need to begin to think, what if the problem with our model is that old media platforms spend so much time getting money from politicians, and new media platforms spend so much time getting money from funders, including myself. And so in between, we've not done the hard rigor of finding out how to make the audience pay. So that's the challenge. And there's a platform in America that just got sold for $150 million. It's called the Free Press. Incredibly controversial platform, but incredibly important platform for us to learn from. The reason is the lady, Barry Weiss, was an editor in the New York Times, sensed that there was a change in the way that Americans, there was a new American middle that just didn't think that Fox News or the New York Times were representing them well. And while other journalists were trying to build, while many storytellers were trying to become tech companies, which has always been silly, she thought, no, we just need to speak to what she calls middle America, the elite, middle-class Americans in small towns or who are silenced in big cities, who want to consume something but don't have anywhere to consume it. And everybody mocked her at the time. Oh, it's not possible, blah, 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 blah. You know, this is not, your values are not XYZ values. And whatever you think of her politics, she was right. Because over a period of, I think, 5 years, she amassed 1.5 million subscribers in a nation where the Washington Post lost almost 1 million subscribers in the past 1 year, and was ultimately sold to CBS News, a legacy institution, at $150 million. Now, there's always politics involved in these things, but if it wasn't a high-value media product, nobody would have paid for it. Yeah? So it makes me happy when I see some of our local players who find models that work. You see, some of our local players have decided, okay, maybe people are not going to pay for subscription on my website, but they'll pay for events. So we have the guys like Tech Cabal that do the biggest tech event on the continent. Hundreds of millions of nairas in gate tickets alone, minus sponsorship and branding. Or people like I said what I said, not necessarily hard investigative journalists, but journalists nonetheless, because podcasters are journalists, who are not getting a lot of sponsorship on their podcast, but held events for Nigerians in the diaspora and made over $200,000 in 1 month with events in New York. And it's just 2 women sitting down and talking. There's no reason why it can't be me and Vivian talking about health, and people are paying. I mean, there's a friend of mine, Feifa Wehimi, who runs a fantastic socio-political blog called 1914 Reader, and got maybe just 100 people in Lagos to come and listen to an event about Nigerian history. And they paid 50,000 naira. So maybe those people are figuring out, okay, maybe Nigerians will not pay for this. Because I do know Nigerians, I did a documentary this year, and I put it on my website first before releasing it on YouTube, and you would have thought I killed somebody. Nigerians are, how dare you? So we'll pay for data, then we'll pay for your content again. And then I thought, well, my people pay, but that's because I focus mostly on Nigerians who are middle class and over. But I thought, maybe there's something there that you should begin to pay attention to. How do you create something for the mass of people who, not because they don't have the money, but they just think it's not worth paying for because they get so much content free on YouTube. And I think that one of the ways to do that is to begin to respect the local audience and respect the local taste. You know, I was joking this morning that many years ago we were told by the West, beautiful, I love the West. Look, when I talk about the West, I'm not creating a foil. I'm just talking about, unfortunately, they're the ones that colonize us. So they will bear that burden for a long time. The West, many years ago, said polygamy was horrible. And suddenly, polycules are in. So, evidently, it wasn't that our points of views were fundamentally disordered. It was that our points of views were not properly articulated in the realm of ideas, in the realm of equity, in the language of all of those things. So it was very easy when somebody said, that's wrong, for us to cower, rather than saying, hold on, my father did that, and it seemed to work for him. I'm not preaching for polygamy. It's complex enough to run a monogamous relationship, as it were. But I'm saying that point of view, you say, hold on, before you judge my father, let me explain how it worked. Or when people say things like, Nigerians are fond of saying things like, my father never told me, I love you. I said, neither did Jesus' father. And he seemed to have turned out all right. I love you, vocal expressions of love are not the only kinds of love that exist. You know, there are all kinds of loves that exist in all parts of the world. And the fact that our point of view didn't have strong advocacy has made us shrink. And in doing that, because intellectuals can say whatever they want to say here, but human beings will do whatever they want to do on the streets. So our job is to understand why people do what they do, not condemn. I've been part of moves over the past few years for what we now call gender equity, which is feminism that wears lipstick. But what we decided to do was to say, look, this language seems to be aggravating men to the extent that they've now formed something called the manosphere, which is a dangerous expression of dissociation. So how can we make the language inclusive in a society that is deeply patriarchal, where we don't condemn people who think in that way, but bring them into an inclusive conversation? In that way, we can go into the north and speak to imams and pastors and priests and say, look, forget the title, forget the name, look at the idea. Is it fair the way you are treating this woman? Is it fair the way you are handling your daughter? Is this the kind of society you want to build for your children? And then in that way, the gaze, the philosophy that we are bringing to our work is an Africa-rooted philosophy. That means somebody in Jos doesn't immediately hear what we are saying and think rubbish. But here's what we are saying and thinks, I don't agree, but let's keep talking. Yeah? And we lost that ability to talk to everyday people because we took on wholesale the perspective of the other. And we did that because we got the monies of the other. Not their fault, not ours. But in doing that, we didn't think to ourselves, okay, this is good, but maybe it's a stopgap. Maybe as we are doing this, we should be thinking to ourselves, how can our own money power our own point of view? How can I listen to my mother at the same time as I'm listening to a funder? How can I try to understand our own faith at the same time as I'm understanding the dangers of faith? You know, how can we approach the world with our own points of view? How can we understand the people on the streets and create journalism and stories that move them so that they can trust us, that we understand them, and they can give us their money for us to begin to continue to negotiate change with them? Because as we know, change is always negotiated. It's always negotiated. You know, sometimes with a gun, like colonialism, it's not so much so. But when there's no violence, it's always negotiated. And I think that's the challenge that I want to place in front of us today. There are no solutions from me. Sorry, you are the solutions journalists. There are no solutions, but I thought, especially for solution journalists, independence is crucial. Independence of perspective, independence of voice, independence of mind, independence of framing. It's so important for us to see our points of views first before somebody outside tells you what your point of view should be. And maybe you can change your mind, but you change your mind not by ceding framing or perspective, but by evolving framing and perspective. And my worry about that is that the the media is fragmenting so fast that most of us are not actually in the rooms where, so I ask young people, I say, but Instablog Nigeria is a media platform, and Tunde Not is a media platform. And anytime they report on something that happens in Kaduna, that is what the people see as their solutions journalism. You know, if somebody crowdfunds, that's what they see. So no matter how much we turn our nose, I remember for years, I struggle when people say I'm a podcaster. I'm like, no, I'm a broadcaster. And I realized the world would just leave me behind. I am a podcaster. Because I thought I was holding on to a model and forgetting the substance. And people like me and you, we came to this work for a purpose. Nigeria Health Watch is one of its kind. You know, it came for a purpose. There are so many things that everybody in the organization could have done. But we came here because we wanted to solve problems. We want to tell important stories. We want to move people. We want to make their lives better. If we truly, truly believe that, then the crisis of our disconnection from the audience is a crisis we should be worried about every day. The issue of a lack of independence of our perspective should be a worry that we should be concerned about every day. And every day and night, we should wake up thinking, I want to solve problems with my storytelling. And to do that, I need to be truly independent, like Adedeji said, of anybody who can warp my consciousness. And therefore, even as I have a stopgap in funding, how ultimately can I be sustainable in a way that I rely primarily on my audience and the consumer, and not somebody else who may not see the world like me and my consumer does. Thank you for your time. And I hope that this plants a seed in your mind. Let's sit down here. Okay, thank you. Okay, I can take it. This sounds like a lamb to the slaughter.
Please a round of applause again. So this is the journalism version of an open check. So you're able to ask questions if you want to ask questions based off of that truly, truly insightful remark that he has just given, or you have questions about some of other contents that he has published, and also just FYI, he has written a lovely book. And there's just something about how controversial topics lull you in. How depression saved my life. And someone looks at that and is like, how? You know. So yeah, get the book and you'll know. So you have the floor now. Just raise your hands and we'll be passing the mics around. Okay, wow. Okay. I count 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Okay, so just note your numbers and we'll be passing the mic to you. So number 1 was over there.
Can I? Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. So firstly, before my question, I'd like to say that me and Chud, we went to the same university. University of First Choice, the nation's pride.
Yes.
So for those people that went to Akoka, they know that. Secondly, Chud celebrated his 40th birthday for like 2-3 months. He did a lot of programs. So happy birthday once again, because we are still in that euphoria. So my question is, you talked about funding, and then you noted a huge gap that most of the funds that we get is international funds, and we don't have local funds. But the truth is that you have a platform, and we have politicians, we have businessmen that are doing very well, and they have the money. The only thing is, most of them don't understand the idea of what to use funds for. So we need to get to a level in Nigeria whereby our rich men, our businessmen, will also institute funds for developmental work, developmental projects, because I've never seen any time in Nigeria whereby even the government itself earmark funds to support storytellers, to tell good stories about the country. The only thing I see is the Federal Ministry of Information saying good people, good nation. That is not how to do that. People need funds to tell stories. So how can you use your platform to push that narrative for us to know that our businessmen also need to, and sorry that I didn't introduce myself. My name is Dr. Tosin Adeshile, and I'm a journalism lecturer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Quick answer to that, I'm doing that already. Now, it occurred to me, so I had this long-term plan, and I've never shared why, that when I turn 50, I'll take some money apart and invest in young journalists. And I just woke up this year and just thought, why do I have to wait until I'm 50? So last month, I announced a $500,000 fund, the Fourth Mainland Creator Fund, of my own personal money. I tried a few times to build the fund the way people typically build funds. And I thought, what, while I'm building that, let me go and use my own money let me put my money where my mouth is. So $500,000 of my own personal money I've committed for young content creators, especially those who are trying to do social impact storytelling. Yeah? And we announced it's open. There's an AI part of the fund that's just announced. So some people have already applied. We are doing the due diligence now. I've had friends and institutions come and join me. So over the past few months, that's increased to a $750,000 fund because I had some people come and add monies to it. Thank you. Next year, we are launching what we are calling a record label of independent journalists. And this is what we're trying to do. And we have some people in the room who are working with us on that. This is what we're trying to do. Today is a highly profitable media platform. My platform is a TV show, for those who don't know it, that essentially is focused on mental and emotional health. Yeah? And it's a subscription-based platform. So people pay to watch my content. I've always been clear that if it doesn't pay for itself, then I'm going to be susceptible to anybody's money that I get. And so from the beginning, I paid $8. It's not a lot of, so there's a free product. It's on YouTube, 15 minutes. If you want to watch the 1-hour edition, you go and pay on the website. Now, we make 60% of the money is profits because my cost model is very low. Because I've been in the media industry for 25 years. So I know that high costs don't work in this market. So literally my set is 2 chairs and a table. I don't index on camera quality. I index on story quality. So what as a 2-year-old, I'll be balling on that money alone, because it's highly profitable. And so I realized, well, now I'm spoiled, so I want to wear some types of clothes. But there are young 22, 23, 24, 26-year-olds who that is huge money for. And nobody came to watch my show because I'm Chude. They came to watch my show because they liked it. Sometimes I don't even know my name. I see people in the airport like, what's that your name? You interviewed Daddy Freeze. I'm like, you don't need to know my name. Pay for the content. And so I realized that my model can work for so many other independent journalists. And so what we are now doing is that we are now going to find those independent journalists, especially if they're outside of Lagos, because the mathematics is even better. If you're outside of Lagos, your costs are even lower. If you're outside of Abuja, and the revenue online is dollars. So it's not susceptible to forex fluctuations, to the local economy. And so we are looking for those, and we're building a record label. We call them the Avengers of journalists, who have a sustainable model where they will say what they want to say and go where they want to go without waiting for somebody else's money. So I am putting my money where my mouth is with that, and I'm looking for people who are going to join me, whether international or local, because the idea is that once those people, whatever monies I give them, like any business investment, once they become profitable, then they can keep moving without me. Then what we have is we have a flourishing network of independent journalists across the country who are telling stories without being edited, and maybe that changes the country, maybe. So I'm doing that, and then I'm trying to use that to challenge other people. Our egbons, that's a Yoruba word for big brothers in journalism and big sisters in journalism, to say, look, sometimes it's just 200 million naira that can fund an entire cadre of journalists in Osun State. Maybe it's just to invest in one voice, that can do something in Enugu State. But it's easy to talk. If people see that you are going to do it, then they are more likely to be convinced that they can do it as well. So that's what I've chosen to do. Thank you. try to make the next response short. Okay. So please, if you are a content creator who is doing social impact journalism, join the newsletter fourthmainland.com. And in January, we are opening up to the public for applications. So please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Rashid Adebi. I want to thank you for that very insightful session. I love it because no slides, nothing, you just kept on flowing, and that's for me is very impressive. I also enjoy the idea of capital will dictate what it wants. Definitely. So my question resembled what the last person has asked, but since he has asked that, I'm moving it a bit forward. Whether local or foreign, there is always an intention behind funding. And yes, for you, it might be for altruistic reasons, but people could actually get together and do it for other reasons. How do we ensure that the funding we have in our ecosystem is such that we be for patriotic and altruistic reasons for that purpose? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a complex question, and I like it because it challenges the simple answers I might otherwise have given. But I think the challenge is so what I said to one of the models, one of the things I'm silently pioneering is this year I handed over the third media organization I founded to a new CEO, which is something that I didn't grow up really seeing in the media space. So there are all kinds of ways that I'm trying. You know, you grow up and you spend time saying, why didn't the older people do it? Why didn't they do it? And then I realized, well, now I'm the older people. And I'm like, it's time to start doing and stop talking. And so one of the three companies I founded that now has a new CEO did the project I mentioned. And I said, look, the issue is you knew the funder was transparent as to the purposes of their fund when they made a call for application. Is this honest to pretend as if there's anything intrinsically wrong in a funder having a clear agenda? That's not even ethical. So I said, what you should do is use the funds. That's why I said the funds can be looked at as, it's like having investor money. You take the investor money and use it to generate more wealth that used to take your business where you are going. So how do we use those funds, for as long as we get them, to build a sustainable model for ourselves? So we're not, and funders are pushing for that constantly. Whether they are saying it honestly or not, it doesn't matter. I mean, the Gates Foundation just announced that its funding is going to expire by 2030 or 35. So anybody who is thinking about sustainability is thinking, well, by this year, I'll stop getting those funds. And so I need to begin to think of a sustainable model. So that's where I think of it. I don't think it is useful to change the perspective of capital. That perspective is rooted in history, is rooted in politics, is rooted in markets, it's rooted in so many things. What I mean by that is the people who are giving you this money, they have a point of view that they learned in university, in secondary school, in high school, in their communities. It's a waste of time to spend time trying to change it, but people are welcome to try. What I think is best to do is to say, this is helpful for me for a period of time. Yeah? And I can use it to tell fantastic stories that help me build an audience, and then ultimately I can now convert that audience into a sustainable revenue stream. I think the problem we are having is that most of us have lost the incentive to build the model because we have gotten this path. And that the path should not be seen as the ideal. NGO intervention is not the ideal in any society. It should be a stopgap or an accelerator on the way to building a sustainable financial model. And there is no more sustainable financial model found anywhere in the world apart from that is driven by a transaction between the consumer and the producer. You know, so that even sometimes your audience can argue with you and disagree with you, but because they trust you, they can allow it. you know. And I think that's where the missing gap is. Not that there's anything wrong with monies, is that money has a point of view. Now you have to be thinking about how do I use the money to evolve to a place where my point of view is what matters most.
So I think for the others coming up, could you go straight to your question so we could, efficiently use our time left?
Thank you very much to the it's nice seeing you again. Mine is just simple. My name is Rachel, everybody. Rachel Abuja. I'm a health journalist. So, on the societal impact of independent journalism, with the Fourth Mainland and Creator Fund you spoke about, supporting a network of independent journalists across Nigeria, how do you envision this initiative contributing to, let's say, meaningful social change, which is one, and what indicators will you use to measure its impact on community and, of course, public discourse, which you do? Then my second question, even though you spoke about building a profitable model with your own platform and that reaches both local and international audience, to say, for young journalists or content creators coming on board today, trying to replicate this, what specific strategy will you, or lessons will you like to recommend or speak to them about, so that while maintaining their audience, so that they don't fall into pitfalls or go into what is not meant to be? Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you so much. I would need help with the first question, but let me answer the second question because I got very excited. There is a young guy, well, I don't know if he's a young guy, but he looks young to me, called Jude Bella. I don't know how many of you know Jude Bella. Yeah? Jude Bella, yes. Actually, I released a documentary this year about former Minister of Petroleum, and we're still in court. I got a judgment of, I forget how much, 5 billion, thank you for reminding me, a judgment of 5 billion, and we were not aware that there was a court case. And so we're unable, so we're now in court trying to find out how did you get a court case without us. But if you search for, that's how I discovered, if you search for that Diezani documentary, what you will find, because my documentary I had to take it off YouTube because of the court case, because of the judgment, my documentary, you will find Jude Bella's documentary on Diezani. Yeah? Now, what Jude Bella does is take history and merge with current affairs to explain socio-political issues to everyday Nigerians. He's not a celebrity. You may not even know his name if you're scrolling down his content, but he has hundreds of millions, millions of views. And all he does is sit down on a chair with a lamp and a microphone and talk. Yeah? And I say, what makes Jude, and Jude is a fantastic example of the kind of independent journalist, one of the kinds of examples of independent journalists we're looking for. And what makes Jude work, Jude has a very Nigerian voice. If you went to a Nigerian university and you listened to Jude, you could imagine that Jude was your roommate who was talking about, those annoying roommates who were telling you about Marxist ideas, and now America is an imperialist colony, and you're like, leave me alone, I just want to eat my beans. So Jude is like that. But you listen because they are fantastic storytellers. And I say that that's the trick. There are many. There's a young guy who I'm talking about in my end of year show. I do a show every year called 150 Most Interesting People in the Culture. And about 14 of them this year are just young journalists outside of Lagos. One of them goes around documenting farmers who are trying to build farming businesses across the world. One of them goes to the most dangerous spots, the most dangerous terrorist attacked spots, and shows the beauty of those locations. And because the government is not the one funding him, he can create textured narratives that bring both the positive and the negative. So, but the thing that defines all these people is that you can recognize them as Nigerians. They speak our Nigerianism, they are problematic in their politics sometimes, but they are relatable and informed. Now, some people say, how do you ensure that they don't run? I'm like, even experienced journalists run into ethical guidelines. We had a journalist in the New Yorker who turned out to have a relationship with Robert F. Kennedy, and she should have known better. So even the best journalists sometimes run into ethical dilemmas. So I'm not afraid of the mistakes they are going to make. I trust that they are driven by a desire to make change happen. And that so my job is to find journalists who believe deeply in what they're doing. People like myself, even if I say so myself, and say, take this money, expand your storytelling. Let's see where that takes you. And the things that the audience is also an accountability mechanism. If the audience, like, let me tell you my show, everybody knows my former life. I used to work with politicians. And then I woke up and said I didn't want to do that. But when I started my show, I thought I had to interview politicians. My political interviews are my least subscribed interviews. And if you go and look at the comments, you will see the commenters saying, Chide, we didn't come here for this. We don't want to hear from this man. Chide, I thought you were for the people. These are comments that exist on my... So that in itself becomes an accountability mechanism for me. Because I'm like, my audience doesn't want to know. I did an interview with a foreign, an ambassador of a country that's just leaving. And people said, Chide, this is no longer a flex, so that you interviewed an Oyibo person. This was a comment on my page by a subscriber. That is an accountability mechanism. So I'm saying that restoring audience to journalist trust will help us build a network of journalists that can move people. And that's what concerns me the most.
Good afternoon, please. I'm Dr. Adiola Musa Oluwatoyin. I'm a medical doctor. So when I came here, you're wondering, what am I doing here exactly? I think I told a neighbor on my table, I said, I was wondering why I actually applied. But over yesterday and today, I think I understand better. And yes, thank you very much. You mentioned one thing that actually resonated with me. Mine is not actually a question, but it's a comment. And I watch your program and I like what you do, talking about mental health and emotional health as well. And for Nigerian, I think it's, especially this era, we need that, so please kindly do more of that. The other one is, you said when our opinions actually are mismatched, people tend not to listen to us. I actually wrote it down, and it's ever true. You mentioned about gunshot injury, and people castigate us doctor while you don't treat. And when I watch the media, it's more about the doctor being at fault, why you don't attend to them. So I would just want to use this opportunity of doing in this platform that we need to hear both ends of the story. I've had a patient that came to the hospital claiming she's the mother of a politician. My hospital does not have gloves, and that was the era of Ebola. There was no glove, there was nothing. I've used my money to purchase a lot of it. So that day I was not on that bright side. So I said, I'm not going to attend to you if there is no glove. My own safety is important. Hazard allowance, how much am I getting for me to come down with either hepatitis? We know all those viruses. So I did not attend. And then it was really a great issue. Imagine if it was actually taken to the media. I'll be termed as a doctor that does not attend. And that is what we see there. The doctors are not. Have you bothered to look at the other end of that doctor? So when you talk about quality of care to the patient, please let there be a policy for action that you actually look at the quality of care to the doctor actually providing the services. So I said it's not actually like a question, but a comment that I'm here. I wouldn't just want to fizzle out there, but this is a media. Media is the in thing now. So look at our side as well. It's both sides of the coin. So don't look at the populace and leave the doctor to suffer. Thank you very much.
Hi, Chude. Hi. So I think for me, I just want to pick from your wealth of knowledge, right? I watch your shows, at least the 15 minutes ones you allow us to see. And I think with almost every person you've gotten to interview, they always say, oh, Chude, why are you doing this to me? How do you do it? So please, on behalf of my colleagues here, just give us 2 tips on how, you bring out these emotions from people, because I feel like it's something we really need to have. It's a skill we need as journalists. So please share with us before you go.
Right,
thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that question, because it allows me to plug my book, which my publisher says I've been doing a poor job of doing. So this book just came out last week, so it's hot off the press. And it's How Depression Saved My Life. What I did is, again, for people who, not lots of people who know me, but people who know my former life know that I worked in politics and I ran a PR company and all of that. And one day I just quit. 2016, I just said I wasn't doing it anymore. And what people didn't know is that I was diagnosed with clinical depression. And I was depressed for 3 months. At a point, I considered taking my own life. And trying to come out of that, I learned so many things about well-being, especially for Africans. I learned a lot about the research as to why I got into that situation, even despite all the success I had achieved, why so many people are going through that desperation, even though they are doing it silently, and how that was what birthed my show. So my show, when I started podcast, I said that my show was the first interview podcast in the country that started going viral weekly. And when I started doing podcasts, there was no other interview podcast that was on Spotify in Nigeria that I knew of. So I didn't do it because podcasts were going to become a thing. I did it because I had a mission, so to speak. Depression had saved my life, and I wanted to help other people tell their own vulnerable stories in order to inspire others. Yeah? So that's what led to this book. So the book is essentially telling the story of the past 10 years, how I fell into depression, what I learned, how I recovered from it, what I learned through that, and how that helped me build this show that has now become a surprising success, because I thought the show was going to fail, because I thought Nigerians want skits and Afrobeats, and I come here to talk about taboo topics nobody's going to watch. In fact, quick thing, this business model was an accident. This business model was because I thought I was going to fail on YouTube. I thought the show was never going to be popular. So people kept asking me, where am I going to see the show? So I thought, you know what, let me put it on a website. And I know that only like 5 people are going to pay, but at least they'll stop disturbing me. So that's a funny thing about experimentation in finding a business model. But the answer to that also is that the reason why I can get those people to speak honestly, because I've gone through deep experiences myself. You know, when Tony Abraham, the popular actress, was my first episode, when she came on my show, she talked about how, I'm trying not to be emotional here because that's not what we came here for. Tony Abraham talked about how one day she wanted to kill herself. So she checked into a hotel with her best cloth because she couldn't be at home, because she wanted to die in a hotel so that she wouldn't die in silence, so that when the cleaners would discover her body, it would make news. It's one of our, these are second cinema, she's the second grossing cinema creator, whatever. So this Tony Brown, and when she was doing the interview, she kept saying to me, Chide, do you understand what I'm saying? And in my mind, I thought if I'm saying yes, she wouldn't believe it. She would think I'm just an interviewer trying to empathize. But what happened was, I checked into a hotel for 1 week in 2014. I had just finished doing the Future Awards, and I shared the story in the book. Future Awards 2015, sorry. Both President Buhari was in the room, Governor Fashola, Governor Fayemi, Governor El-Rufai, Dibanj, Asha. This was my event. Future Awards is my event. And so I was at the height. I finished doing the Future Awards on a Sunday. On Monday, I was tired of life. Amen? On Monday, I was tired of life. And so I went into a hotel. It's now called the Lagos Continental. I switched off my phones. I said I didn't want to talk to anybody for 1 week. And then I wrote down at the end of it, I said, I want to stop feeling sad. I want to begin a journey to joy. That's why my company is called Joy Inc. Well, the company I just left the COA ship of. So when the guests come on my show, it's not just the skill of being a journalist. It's my mission to extract their story. Because I know that there is somebody somewhere, and they meet me all the time, who say, you see that guest that came, she was speaking to me. Do you understand? And so I'm not performing. I came to do something. And so I feel like if we come to do something, you know, if we came with a sense of mission, it's impossible for us not to move people. That is my thesis. Good? That's a good way to end, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you so much. What? Okay, well, no, but I think it's not me. Please buy the book. It's in bookshops all over. It's on Amazon, and it's on narrativelandscape.com. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please, as he takes his seat. I think, Mr. Jude, you just triggered my curiosity. I'm actually very curious to read this book. Thank you so much. Okay, so time is not on our side. We've spent so much time here today. And there's still a lot on our agenda. Okay, so I'm going to call on our media program officer, Chiwendu Erikbu. I hope I pronounced your surname correctly. Okay, and our IT and innovations manager, Ebenezer Ola, to give their presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I must say it's hard to fill up the shoes that just left the stage right now. Okay, it's a pleasure and great privilege to be here today to present to us good people. My name is Ebenezer Ola with Nigeria Health Watch, and I have with me here Chiwendu Irebo, a colleague. And it is a pleasure to we are truly excited to share something that we believe is truly revolutionary and would change how journalists, researchers, storytellers, and media houses find, understand, and communicate evidence-based solutions within issues that they cover. So at Nigeria Health Watch, our core work has always been centered around strengthening public discourse with fast-driven, human-centered insights. And as a result of that, we all know today that the information landscape is changing very fast. I mean, there's a ton of information out there, but how do you get insights at a go? You're working on something, you want to extract insight. How do you get that at a go? This is why we built SoJo Quick Insights. This is essentially an AI-powered platform that leverages SoJo stories and gives you insights at a fingertips, available to you anywhere, anytime, at a pace of, at the tip of your fingerprint. So whether you are whether you're tracking conversations around governance, you're researching, or communications-driven solution, or just writing a story in general, solutions-driven story in general, this platform helps you structure insights from any topic of interest to facilitate your writing process. And so our demo session today is just designed to give you a picture of how the platform works, why it was developed, and how it can support your project and further improve your storytelling practices. And so I'd like to give the stage to my colleague here to sort of give us an overview of the platform. And after that, I'll be back to walk us through a demo session where I speak over a pre-recorded video explaining how the platform essentially works. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Ola, for that very wonderful introduction. So we'll just get right into it. Okay, the internet is overflowing with lots of information, but when you need quick, actionable insight, where do you go to? This question I'll be answering in the next few minutes. Now, the Solution Journalism Network already have a very useful framework, which is the Solution Journalism Tracker, where they collect and vet all solution-focused stories, and it's being managed by the SJN team. Right now, the tracker has over 15,000 solution stories. So just imagine 15,000 solutions. Imagine the number of lives transformed by these interventions. Imagine the lessons and insights from each of the story. I'll just let you think for a second about the level of impact this has. But there is a gap. In this in the tracker, and because to fully benefit from the tracker, you often have to read the entire article to be able to extract insights from each of the solution stories, which is great. It's good for impact. It's good for you to read. It's good for you to get in depth of actually what the story is. But it's not really ideal when you need very quick information at your fingertips. So which is the exact gap which the SoJo Quick Insight is actually built to bridge. So say hello to your new AI assistant, which is the Quick Insight platform. So the SoJo Quick Insight platform is funded by the Nigerian Media Innovation Program, NAMIP, and has been developed and managed presently by Nigerian Health Watch to make access to insightful information faster, simpler, and more intuitive. Currently, all the stories indexed on the SoJo Quick Insights are solution journalism stories published by the Nigerian Health Watch team. And because we believe in doing things the right way, we've reached out to a couple of media organizations that we've worked with on solution journalism, such as Social Voices, BO News, NAN, Prime Progress, to seek permission to have their solution stories being indexed in the SoJo Insight Tracker. And we want to say a big thank you because most of them have agreed to allow us use the solution journalism stories that have been published on their website to be able to make the SoJo Insight more richer and more useful. So you might be wondering, who is this platform for? Right? So this platform is ideal for policymakers. So if you're a policymaker looking forward to making a change in your community, you're looking for interventions that have worked, this is the ideal tool for you to use. You can go on it, search for interventions that have worked, depending on your area of focus, and you'll be able to see interventions that you can be able to replicate in your communities. So it's also good for researchers. Most journalists or SoJo journalists that are here know that solution journalism articles are very, very big on research. So in most cases, you literally have to visit those communities. You have to interview the beneficiaries. You have to see the intervention. So it's not just something you just go and then you report on. So it's also good for media leaders and journalists if you're looking for credible solution angles for reporters, or even to get insight on how to structure your own. It's actually very good for you. So it's also good for students. So if you're a young journalist, you're a public health enthusiast or student doing your project research, is also ideal for you. And if you're someone who's just naturally curious, who wants to know what's working, how it's working, and also if you're also a creative, you can actually go on it to also get insights on it. But if you ask me, I would say the platform is for anyone and for everyone. So if you're really curious about what's working, how it's working, and why it matters, then I think the SoJo Quick Insight platform is for you. So I've literally talked about this. Okay. So we want you to be part of this revolution, and we want you to test this for free. So please, I would like you to bring out your phones, scan the QR code on the screen, and I'll welcome my colleague Ola, who is going to take us through a demo session and how the platform works, what to expect, and he'll just give us more details about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chiwendu, for that insightful overview. Please, I'm going to leave this for a while. Kindly scan the QR code. If you're having issues scanning, you can just visit sojoinsights.nigeriahealthwatch.com. Are we all there, please? If you're there, say SoJo. If you're not there, say Insights. I heard the same voices twice. Okay, so sojoinsights.nigeriahealthwatch.com. When you visit the link, you're going to be greeted with the welcome page of the SoJo Quick Insights. And essentially, one of the key things we focused on building this platform was simplicity. So you can choose to log in with a password or occasionally get one-time passwords via your email that you supply. So once you enter in your email, the next screen is to enter the OTP that has been sent to that email, after which you have access to the platform. And once that is done, you'll be greeted with a very simplified homepage to work with. And that is the canvas where you can then interact with the model. So you have an entry box for your query or inquiries essentially for the platform. And then on the left-hand side, you have like your history of conversations that you've had. So let's say you're curious, or for a case study, you want to know how Nigeria has tackled cholera outbreak in recent years, and you enter such a prompt into the platform. So one of the things it is going to do is deconstruct that query you have entered, pick out the keywords in the query. So like I said, how has Nigeria tackled cholera in the recent years? So it picks out cholera as a keyword, picks out Nigeria as a location, and then outbreaks, recent years. Deconstructs these and starts indexing against stories that we have on the platform. And like my colleague rightly mentioned earlier on, as a start, because we needed ethical access to other SoJo published stories, we started with Nigeria Health Watch stories. So basically what it would do was to index stories published on Nigeria Health Watch platforms, index them against your keywords and your queries, extract insights from every one of those stories that is relevant to your query, compress these insights, and then spit it out in a very concise manner as you are seeing on the screen right now. And one of the good things with this is it's a conversational style model, right? Like we are used to with ChatGPT. So your initial query can be worked on subsequently with further queries. So after you've entered, say, how has Nigeria tackled cholera outbreak in recent years, you can continue the conversations with like, what are some lessons that can be learned from the approach Nigeria has taken. The model will take into factor your recent query, compare with what you had entered previously, index the stories one more time, and then give you further responses based on the initial context of what you had entered. And there are a lot of things you can do here as well. You can export your charts and continue working on it offline if you've gotten enough insight from what you are working for. You can also share this with your network. So say you were having a discuss with someone and maybe there was a dispute over, okay, Nigeria has this, Nigeria has not done this, we haven't implemented this yet. You can use quick insights. Okay, how has Nigeria achieved so and so, which was what you were discussing earlier. Get the insights, share with whoever it was you were having the conversation with, and say, oh, look, I actually mentioned this earlier, but you can read more on this from quick insights as well. And one of the key factors I would like to point out from this platform is, for every story it has used to extract insights for your query, that story is highlighted and linked below the response of the model. And so for further insights, for further knowledge on how it was able to extract that insight, you can click on the story and read the full article. And with this, I would like to give, like my colleague had rightly mentioned, would like to sincerely appreciate some of the media houses that have chosen to work with us on this project, because their collaboration has allowed us to, index their published stories on the platform as well. And this contribution has significantly enhanced and enriched the platform's knowledge base, helping the model generate deeper and more contextually grounded insights. And with this, I would like to also further employ us as we are sitting here. Please, if you are a journalist or your newsroom wants to be part of this movement, it is absolutely free, and we would welcome the opportunity to have your stories indexed on the SoJo platform as well. And this is not, to clarify, this is not Nigeria Health Watch taking over your databases of stories. It is completely an end-to-end operation. So the model crawls through your website or your published stories, picks what it needs, reference your stories, and it's out the other end. So we don't keep records of your stories. We don't store your stories in our own databases. And so, like we see, like I had mentioned, it's a conversational style, so you can respond to previous messages that you had generated. And I'm sorry the screen is not so clear, but there are hyperlinks below each prompt that lets you follow up on the original story. So special thanks, like I had mentioned, to Prime Progress, News Agency of Nigeria, Social Voices, Bo News, and NTA for collaborating with us, allowing us to index their story as well, so that the platform goes beyond just Nigeria Health Watch stories. And like I had rightly mentioned, please, if you would love to be a part of this initiative, kindly fill this feedback form here to indicate your interest, and our team is going to be in touch with you. So please, you can scan this QR code if you are interested in having your stories feature on SoJo Quick Insights platform, or you can just visit nohwatch.ch/SoJo quick insight feeds. Another thing is, if you scan the QR code at the back of your tags, there are 2 files added there now. So there's a file that contains the link to the platform and the feedback form. So please, we would welcome the idea to have your stories feature on Quick Insights to give us more bases to work with. And with this, I would like to thank you all for your time and wish you all a very great end of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. IT and innovations. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to call on our knowledge management lead at Nigeria Health Watch.
Thank you very much. So to usher in our next, and this is actually the penultimate segment of the day, I would like to introduce Nina Facio. Round of applause, come on. She is the Director of Partnerships and Fellowships at the Solutions Journalism Network. So this particular segment is the story so far, as I mentioned. For those of you who might not know, who haven't been a part of the engagements since we started in 2020 up until now, this segment is to provide you that context. And so it's going to start off with an initial round of presentations before the panel discussion. And so Nina would be calling the presenters up as she takes the stage. So give her a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. So they're asking a French woman to talk before she had lunch. Let's see how that goes. So please welcome Anuli Enwanko, who is the Knowledge Management Lead at Nigeria Health Watch and who is going to present the insights.
So, fun fact, it's her birthday today. So can you all give her a round of applause, please? Thank you. Can we just give her, sing for her before she does that? Let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Thank you all.
I am +1 today. I am +1 today. I am +1. I am +1. I am +1 today. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Nina, for such a wonderful introduction. So, Nigeria Health Watch, okay, yeah. Wow, I'm excited today because we have been doing a lot of work behind the scene on solution journalism research work to be able to make a presentation today. It is still ongoing, but we had to summarize what have been done so far so we can be able to make our presentation. So today I will be talking on assessing the uptake of solution journalism in Nigeria across the media landscape. It's a mixed method study. So, okay. Yeah. In Nigeria, reports that are, shall I use the word, negative reports are said to be prevalent in Nigeria and I guess globally also. From research that has been conducted, it shows that those kind of reports that are, let me say, negatively centered narratives make people feel helpless, discouraged, and also foster a kind of despair. Unlike solution journalism that encourages people and gives them hope. So some journalism outlets began to introduce solution journalism and we realized that the uptake or the adoption of solution journalism among audiences in Nigeria is pretty very, very low. And so Nigeria Health Watch decided to take up a study. They want to know the why. It's supposed to be very inspirational, but they want to know the why and what's behind the low uptake of solution journalism in Nigeria. So we decided to, the study was conducted using three approaches. That's quantitative study and qualitative study. For the quantitative study, we're able to collect data across 12 states representing our 6 geopolitical zones with the use of Kobo Collect tool to collect data from the audience, and we were able to collect over 500 for the quantitative study, and the aim was to assess their level of awareness or knowledge about solution journalism in Nigeria. And also for the quantitative study, we had to collect data from journalists and editors. We conducted a key informant interview from journalists and editors to assess the barriers that and also know the facilitators of the wider adoption of solution journalism in Nigeria. We also went further to listen. They call it social listening. It's a kind of qualitative, it's a kind of method of collecting data qualitatively and within 20 selected social media newsroom platforms to also know what level of positive responses that the audience gets regarding their report. And these are the results from the quantitative analysis. We found that the level of knowledge regarding solution journalism in Nigeria is very, very low. About over 70% of our audiences have no idea. They do not understand what solution journalism is about. And over 70% either do not have a knowledge of solution journalism or have not encountered solution stories. So that means that we have a lot of work to do. And the source of news, where they get their information from, is from the social media, followed by our news website channels, and also from our radio platforms, amongst others. In continuation, we had to find what are the barriers of accessing this news. We did for solution journalism, and then reactions with the consumption of news that mostly focuses on problems. And majority of our participants said that they always get hopeless or discouraged when they listen to news that are problem-centered. Then also about 77% says that they will prefer to get stories that talks about the problem and then how it was solved. Not just tell us a problem and it stays there. Was it solved? How was it solved? It's pretty very, very encouraging. So we also had to assess the barriers of news generally. And one of the key mentions from our participants were distrust in media, about 19%. But thinking about it, I realized that solution journalism can be an antidote to help with treating the distrust in media for barrier to the access of news in Nigeria. So getting the key insight into the public perspective, I talked about the awareness of solution journalism, which is very low. In other words, we had to create knowledge. We had to create awareness about solution journalism, and the consumption of news is more from the social media, which is highly more dominated, followed by news websites and then radio channels, radio platforms. And that platform is very, very important because that's the way where we can be able to reach those in the rural areas, in the community. So definitely it's not exempted from our result. So what is the way forward? We have found out that the people who do not know about solution journalism, the audiences don't know about solution journalism. Also, there are some news media who have an idea, but because of the kind of platforms, their colleagues think let's not do solution journalism because of funds, because they get more funding in problem-centered news than solution journalism. And solution journalism, we all know that it's not all about positive news. It is evidence-based, solution-oriented report that helps to provide hope and encouragement to people who listen to our audience. So the way forward is to use social media and online outlets to reach younger, tech-savvy audiences with engaging SoJo content. Also equip journalists and editors with SoJo skills through training, mentorship, and newsroom integration. I earlier said I conducted a key informat interview amongst journalists and editors, and these are findings so far. So some journalists see solution journalism as a reawakening, like a process or a platform to counter emotionally fatigued stories. And also, they talked about consistency in policies that we help the solution journalism decks to sustain continuity. And most specifically, capacity building is very important. And also external funding and partnership. We can't work in silos, we are all aware of that. We have to work together to be able to produce good outcomes. Now, what is the way forward? Over here, I have detailed some recommendations that will be helpful in increasing the uptake of solution journalism in Nigeria. First of all, we have to develop formal internal frameworks, guidelines for SoJo practice, similar to those governing investigative reports. And we had the panel session we had yesterday. They talked about ethical consideration, having an ethical framework for SoJo. I would like to include it right now in this recommendation because that's one of my takeaway, and I added to this recommendation. Secondly, journalists and editors must be required to explicitly brand, label, and promote stories that utilize the SoJo framework. Social media, we need to use it as a very big platform to educate the audience. We post and share stories that is solution oriented, problem solving, that is evidence-based, because that's a way to reach to the younger ones. And also institutionalize solution journalism. Create a curriculum whereby it can be taught in secondary schools in a way that will be understood, and then in higher institutions. So when they are out of schools, they are able to know what they want to do. What kind of journalist do I want to be? Do I want to be a solution journalist? Due to the training and institutionalization of SoJo framework and curriculum also in our news organization. And finally, capacity building and funding for solution journalism is very, very important. The class I attended today talked about funding. We always need money. We will not stop needing money because we need money to push solution journalism forward and to tell the story that it's not just positive news, it's evidence-based news. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anuli. This was very insightful, and it struck me that people are not necessarily aware that they want solution journalism because they don't know what it is, but they do want solutions included in problems-oriented reporting. So now let me welcome my dear colleague Caroline Carobia, who will also present the insights from an assessment conducted by the Solution Journalism Network and the Solution Journalism Insights Lab. Solutions Insight Lab, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to give you a bit of background on the surveys that we've done and the assessment that I'm about to present shortly, is that when we were coming up with the proposal for the second phase and mostly the final part of this initiative, we felt that as Nigeria Health Watch and Science Africa, that we needed data. We also needed information or to evaluate, has this initiative been successful or not? What has worked? What has not worked? So the presentation that you've just heard from Nigeria Health Watch was on the uptake of solutions journalism in Nigeria, but we'll also get to hear the uptake of solutions journalism in Kenya and East Africa. So what I'm about to present to you is slightly different, because we thought that if you're going to have surveys in East Africa and Nigeria, why not complement it with having a qualitative study on the impact to journalists and also impact to community. So this is what I'm going to present. The title is Stories That Spark Change, Insights from the Africa Initiative. Just to mention, the evaluation was done by a department or an initiative by the Solutions Journalism Network, known as Solutions Insights Lab. How they conduct the evaluation is a bit different because they combine the journalistic interviewing approach together with structured research, and they look at what's working and what's not working. So the purpose of the study was to check what's working in the solution journalism practice in Nigeria and Kenya, what impact it has on audiences, community, and policy, what sustains journalist motivation, and where the future investment should go. So the methodology, we did quite a number of interviews. We've done quite a number of interviews in the past few months. We first targeted all the players who've worked with that initiative since it started 5 years ago. So we interviewed journalists, editors, and educators, and I can see some of you are here today. So 30 in all interviews, and each interview was 30 minutes as part of the evaluation. And this was face-to-face interviews. So we actually hired independent consultants to go around the country in Kenya and Nigeria to conduct the interviews. Some were done on phone so that we can be able to really surface the insights. The second bit, we were able to organize for 2 focus group discussion with community members, because we felt it's not enough to just speak to journalists, but you also need to get the impact of the work that they're doing, from listening to what the audience have to say about the solution journalism approach kind of stories, and what they were able to get out of that. Did it work for them? Did it not work? So we had 2 focus group discussions. Unfortunately, we were not able to do 2 in Kenya, but we were able to do 2 in Nigeria, 1 in Hausa language and 1 in English. And the focus group discussions were 1 hour each. So we had like 5 to 6 members of the community with a journalist asking questions about the impact of the stories they are listening, either on radio, on the different platforms that they consume news from. So we had one from the Golden City FM, 1 focus group, and the next was, thank you, Golden City, and the other one was with, for print, with Prime Progress, Innocent, Teng, and the team. So thank you for your cooperation. And finally, we realized that in Nigeria, there's a very huge community of practice of solution journalism. And we also had like questions. I'm sure some of you saw the questions that my colleague Miranda was asking on the platform to do with solutions journalism. But apart from that, we also got a number of them to participate in a focus group discussion so that we can get insights from them. So these were the findings. They're different, so it's not about numbers, it's more about what they had to say. So one of the findings that we got was that solution journalism stories are often more popular than traditional stories. This was a quote from Innocent from the interview that we did, and he told us that those spotlight stories that are SoJo stories typically do better than others. But what really surprised me was that actually, for those who do not know Prime Progress, it's a beacon newsroom, so they largely do solution stories. That actually the solution stories that they do, and they keep track and they look at the analytics, they perform 75% better than typical traditional stories. So that, for me, was also profound, getting the insights. But apart from that, we also interviewed a Kenyan journalist, Mary Mwendwa, and she said, since publishing solution stories, our analytics have really gone high. We can see a very big change in audience. So you can see the kind of reach that you get if you cover stories from a solution-oriented approach. So we've known some of these findings, but it's still good to just check whether that is the case in Africa, because we've never done a study in Africa. So just surfacing some of these insights was really important. So the second finding was that solution journalism pieces have longer shelf life. Again, a quote from one of our reporters in Kenya. His name is Chris Omondi, and he said, if you have a SoJo story and another one that focuses on problems, the solution-based story has a longer shelf life. People always go back to the story to use it as reference. So despite being expensive, it helps a station grow. And I have 3, 4, 5 stories people still relate to today. And for me, what stood out with that particular interview, because that's just a quote from him, was that he actually gave an example of a story of a blood bank app that they covered. And the problem then was that people were really not getting, accessing bank in terms of donation. And since it was covered many years ago, but people still go back to the story to look for where can I access bank? How can I use this app? Which is the next center that I can go and get the blood for? Which center has the type of blood that I read? So you can see it's still relevant to the people who still read that story. So the takeaway from that was solution stories have long tail. I know editors do not like hearing about long tails, but they remain relevant. So if it's an evergreen story, why not do a solution story? Solutions replication is common and fast. So all these are examples of stories, some from Kenya, some from East Africa, about solution stories that were done. But the trick here, or the tip here, you need to have concrete responses and fixes to the problems that you're talking about and how they were resolved for the stories to be replicated as fast as possible. So if you're talking about motorbike riders, copied a hygiene innovation, then you need to show them practical steps on how they were done for it to be replicable. So ideas in SoJo stories are quickly adopted and adapted. So that's what we learned. Solution stories build community trust. Again, audiences appreciate journalists who highlight both challenges and local solutions. Reporting on what's working build public trust. So tell them the whole story, not just what's not working. And viewers want stories that show simple, practical actions that make a difference. The other finding was that solution stories featuring concrete fixes prompted rapid government follow-up. I've mentioned that before. So these are more examples that we had from the people we interviewed, the journalists. From the focus group discussions, these are some of the insights we got. Community members see solution journalism as an antidote to daily negative stories that they get to hear. Again, quite a number of examples or quotes from Prime Progress. Most of the time, this was from an audience member, most of the time regular news is about bad things happening, stories that can ruin your day or make you feel worse. That's why I say solution journalism is different. It really makes a difference. I was really glad to hear that even with the Nigeria Health Watch survey, that came out of the survey as well. So it's an antidote to the constant problem-oriented approach that audiences do get. And the second finding on that particular section was that community members say that solution stories remind them of their agency and inspired collective action. So a number of, again, quotes for this. We're going to share all these slides. These are just from the preliminary findings. The final report will be out at the end of this month. So people just decide to do things. You don't have to have a lot of resources. You can just decide to stand out, again, from pride progress. So what were the limitations that we learned by talking to the journalists, editors, educators, and the rest? We learned that reporters avoid labeling stories as solutions journalism because it becomes very, very difficult to get buy-in from editors. So journalists from Kenya told us that many journalists prefer to pitch solution stories without explicitly using the term solution to avoid misconception or resistance from editors. So what actually this tells us is that we need to really train more editors so that they are aware of what solutions journalism is all about. And I'm really glad we had 2 cohorts of editors this last session with the Nigerian Health Watch, just to teach editors the skills and the tools they need so that they can edit and also understand solutions journalism. And frequently, someone said that solution stories are frequently mistaken for public relations. We've heard that a lot, but it was also good to just hear so that we can see how we can work on that. So editors and audience sometimes conflate SoJo with advocacy or PR, requiring extra effort to clarify its purpose and editorial rigor. So they don't understand, they just think this is a fluff or a PR story. And limited internal funding was also another limitation. So many outlets lack dedicated budgets for solution stories, making journalists reliant on external grants or support for travel and in-depth reporting. And actually, a few journalists told us that their pitches are mostly dropped because they're not seen as urgent, and they compete with other news and current affairs, stories from a problem-oriented approach. So that's what we learned. We'll be happy to share the final report once it's out, but those were the insights.
Thank you so much, Caroline. At SGN, when we do trainings, we often start with the question, why did you even want to become a journalist? And I had zero answer of a journalist saying, oh, I want to provoke news fatigue or anxiety or even apathy. No one in the world became a journalist to do that. So it's good to also remind ourselves what is the impact that we want to see in the world with our work. And that was a good, really a good proof of what you can do. Thank you so much. And then we will welcome Daniel Otungo, who is Deputy Executive Director of Science Africa, and who will share the insights from the assessment in Kenya.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Daniel Otunge. It's a pleasure to meet you all again. I will also present on the research that we did. It was a period of research because the work is coming to an end, and we needed to know, since the many years that we started, what have we done? What have we achieved so far? So look at the research that we did, the uptake of SoJo in East Africa, because we work in 4 countries in Eastern Africa, and this is Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And just to start with, this work was supported by Solutions Journalism Network, and for us, it started way back in 2017, so it's about 8 years, so to speak. But the real work that we are now looking at actually started in 2020, 2021. But for East Africa, it started in 2017 when we started working with newsrooms and journalists individually in those countries. And the research we did was also a combination of survey as well as qualitative interviews. So it was a mixed research method. And we interviewed a total of 389 respondents from the four countries. And that was at an average of about 96 per country. And we also had 36 key informant interviews to get qualitative data from them about their views, their perceptions, their uptake, and what they are doing with solutions journalism that we've been teaching them for all these years. And of course, the respondents, out of those numbers, we focused on editors, reporters, correspondents. We divided correspondents and reporters because reporters are those who are employed, are on the payroll of media houses, and correspondents mostly work on their own. So there's some difference in that region. And then we looked at the lecturers because we also work with the academy. We have introduced solution journalism to various universities. So we also asked the lecturers and some students about what they think about solutions journalism and what they are doing with it. And then we also looked at the media regulators. I believe every country there is regulation authorities, and out of these, some of them also do some kind of training, especially in East Africa. They also do capacity building. So are they also working in the solution journalism space? So we asked them those. And these are some of the findings using graphs. You can see consistency, especially with what the SJN also did. We had, when you look down here, the key down there, you can see at the end that when you add those who actually do the trainings, the media houses themselves do a lot of training, and also the journalism schools, a bit of it, because we have like about 5 universities that are already training students in journalism. And then non-profit, that is where we also fall. So you can see the non-profit plus media houses combined come to about almost 67% of those who are actually conducting capacity building in that region within the 4 countries. The details of these are in the report, which you will all have access to. Then we also looked at, asked them whether they have a SoJo desk. This is one of the things that we've been talking about as Solution Journalism Network, Science Africa, and also Nigeria Health Watch. Do you have a dedicated desk where solution journalism is focused? But what we realize is that the majority of them actually do not have. I don't know about Nigeria, Chibuike, but most of them in East Africa, they do not have specific desk for solutions journalism. And reason being that what they told us in the focused interviews was that the media trends are changing. So it's very difficult to actually have a specific desk which now deals in solutions journalism. So we realize that it is not easy for most of them, also because of funding issues, the resources, the financing. So what they do is that they incorporate solutions journalism into other desks, like the business desk, the features desk, and special projects desk. So those are where, and even in news in some cases. So most of it is done like that. Then we also ask, how often do you apply SoJo pillars? This is now the application itself. And in the application, we realized that quite a number actually, based on the work that has been done by the organizations that I told you about, that quite a number said that if you look at the orange, and of course the gray there, majority said that they occasionally apply the pillars to their stories. Occasionally. And this is reflecting on the kind of stories. If you do content analysis, for example, you realize that not all the stories are actually solutions based. But when you look at this, this graph critically, you realize that the solutions approach is really taking root, because when you look at those who frequently apply solutions pillars to their stories, we are talking about 31% and 47%. That is almost 78%. And then when you also look at those who say they always add SoJo principles to their stories, we are looking at almost about 8 or so percent. So that brings it to almost over 70%, over 80% or 70%. So the application of solutions journalism, and this makes us happy, is that it is actually growing quite a lot in the 4 countries that we are talking about. And this is also reflected in the level of audience engagement with these stories. You heard Caroline talk about the same, and I think Nigeria also talked about the same, that the stories that have the pillars in them do better with audiences than the stories that are problem-based. So when you look at the total here, more engagement, you find that 73% said that these are from the editors, the journalists themselves, the reporters, the correspondents, and also other people that we interviewed. They said that the feedback that they get from their audiences, 73% of them actually said that the audiences tell them that the solutions journalism stories are more preferred by them. In terms of impact, policy change, for example, we also asked that. We asked many questions, but I picked a few. In terms of policy, we realized that the journalists said, especially the reporters and the correspondents, said that 52% said yes, that they realized that when they publish SoJo stories, the reaction by policymakers is more or less instant, because SoJo stories actually do not antagonize, and they point out to the policymakers that there are certain things they can do to solve societal problems, and policymakers like that, and therefore, and there are quite a number in the report that we have also included, and I think in the Caroline's presentation, there are also examples of those stories, and when you look around, some of the stories of that had policy influence are also displayed here. So you can also go through that, but when you look at the report, you'll see some of those stories. But the long and short of it is that a number of respondents said that yes, the SoJo stories is preferred and influence policy more compared to other stories. So we got that from the respondents themselves. And in terms of the challenges, I think it's more or less the same. Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, this is what we got. That some of the key challenges include lack of training, and we talked about that yesterday, limited editorial support, I think this was discussed, and then audience interest in traditional reporting. Some said so, but you can see the numbers are very low. And then there is also the issue of funding. It's a major issue. And I think funding keeps on recurring because of the challenges that the media industry is facing generally. Most media houses are not able to support a journalist to go do a long story where you need to travel far and get a story, maybe stay out there for quite some time and follow up a story over a period of time. If you want to do an in-depth SoJo story, it requires some resources. But it does not mean that you actually need to spend more when you want to do SoJo, like I'm sure you have been told, most of you. But these are the reflection of what the people we have been dealing with actually say. So you can see how similar across the two regions. And in terms of recommendations, therefore, running from the challenges, you can see the issue of training and capacity building was emphasized. The issue of financial and logistical support was really, really emphasized by the journalists across the four countries. And then institutional support and media engagement also was a key one. They say encourage media organizations to integrate solutions SoJo into their editorial strategies or policies. So this is key to some journalists because, like it was being said here, if the stories, they write stories based on SoJo, some editors, because they don't understand, will reject the story. And then what is more is that the partnerships and the collaboration is a key thing, like trying to think in terms of how can Nigeria and Kenya, Uganda journalists collaborate through all of Africa to be able to do more about solutions journalism. And then, of course, awareness creation and public engagement. We need this, according to respondents, that this needs to be done so that more and more organizations can come up and support this kind of journalism approach. Then, of course, recognition and incentives in terms of awards, in terms of attending workshops and conferences like this so that you can be able to learn. So basically, those were our findings. The report is there. If this presentation is shared, you can be able to get the full report there and read the details of what we found out in the research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I know that's a lot to take in while we are probably hungry. We will have a shorter panel, probably around 30 minutes, and then we will take 3 questions from the audience before moving to what's next. All right, so I will call my speakers, Daniel, Caroline, and Chibuke, to join me on stage. So I get to sit in the special chair. And for those who were not there yesterday, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Nina Facio. I work for the Solution Journalism Network as the Director of Partnerships and Fellowships for the last 9 years. Welcome on stage. Thank you for those great presentations. It's really interesting to see the findings, especially as I've been involved with SJN more globally. And I can see, there are similar findings here in Africa and in other parts of the globe. So it's really interesting to see what solutions journalism is actually provoking. I would like to start with one question to you, Daniel, and Chibuke, so we understand that there are common things to be implemented to spread the practice in different places across the globe, and also similar findings. But what is the specificity of your country? What did you make sure to have in mind? What is your secret recipe for spreading solution journalism in your respective countries? Chibuki, you want to start?
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Nina. I think for us, it's always been sustainability from the get-go. How do we make sure that this doesn't end with the initiative? So from the beginning, we've always thought about community. So the community that Caroline also mentioned that was leveraged for the assessments is something that we started from 2020. Working with the journalists, and we were thinking, how do we make sure that this doesn't end with us? How do we also put the power in the hands of the journalists that we are working with? So it's not just, yes, Nigeria Watch is leading it, we are the implementing partner in Nigeria, but how do we have that community of journalists who also take this, become champions and run with it? So that has always been, for us, one of the guiding factors. And it helped, and it worked, because when we do trainings, we encourage them to, it's beyond, some of them are here, Dr. Rashid, Sheun, we always say, yes, when you apply, the deliverable is a story, but we always find a way to slot in there that another deliverable is also spreading the practice. Organize the trainings, we are happy to support you, to provide resources, so that way it's not just Nigeria Health Watch coming to do the trainings all the time. So for us, I would say the secret recipe is community and building with the community.
So it's the ownership of the practice by the community, right?
100%, yes.
Yeah, and for us in Kenya and Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda, East Africa generally, the main recipe was working through the newsrooms and working with the editors so that we could get their buy-in from the beginning, so that they support what we are doing. And secondly, we also decided to work through what we called media peer networks. And because most journalists are organized around associations, and within these associations, they also do capacity building. And we realized that if we worked through that, we'd be able to escalate the uptake of SoJo even faster.
So it resonates with what you were saying, right? Chibuke, it's ownership, also how to make sure they belong, right, to a network of practice, a community of practice. It really aligns with also Ashton and how it, this idea of spreading solution journalism doesn't come from a non-profit based in the US, but really takes root in different parts of the globe and how we can be in service of those local partners. Caroline, would you say that you feel like you know how this could be replicated elsewhere with that in mind? Those kind of secret, not so secret, but recipes.
Yes, solutions journalism can be replicated not just in East Africa and Nigeria, but I think it can also be replicated the whole region. If we are able to come up with solutions journalism hubs, I remember there was a time when the universities led by Dr. Rashid Adebayo and Jamiu had started a solutions journalism educator network. So what that means is that they can even go beyond just West Africa and combine it with East Africa to make it even a wider net for educators. And it's the same with journalists as well, whereby we can have like a huge community, because I know like the community of practice in Nigeria is extremely vibrant, especially on WhatsApp group. Why not make it, just across the region as we have the peer group network that journalism has. So it's very important to share knowledge across, especially the digital platforms. But apart from that, we still have a lot of resources as Solutions Journalism Network, which we can still share with journalists, coaches, mentors across the region. So yeah, expanding is a possibility.
And I hope this responds to some of the people who came to me and were really asking for, how can we stay connected? How can we collaborate beyond those 2 days and beyond the initiative? How can we be part of a network that is not necessarily tied to one organization specifically? Okay, my next question, and that comes from the presentations we had yesterday, about the stories behind the stories, basically. And I think Olga shared what surprised him the most when reporting on the story. What surprised you the most during this 5 years journey, or even longer for you, Dania, if you want to start?
What surprised me the most is that one single story that is solutions-based could actually elicit serious policy change that would change communities' life. And we have quite a number of stories. For example, there was a story that was done in some eastern part of Kenya, which was focusing on telemedicine. And when this story was done, the surrounding counties, Kenya is divided politically, is divided into counties. So this was done in one county, and it was done by a radio journalist. So when this story was done and aired, the counties that were neighboring that particular country where this journalist was actually listened to it and decided to also start the same. But beyond that, within the county itself, the program, the county government program was facing serious challenges. And in terms of, because they were using telephone, and in some areas the telephone was not very much accessible. So some part of the communities were being left behind. And when the journalist applied SoJo to his story and was able to bring out the limitations of that particular telemedicine program actually made the county to look at the entire process again and fixed the problem. And the community that were left behind started benefiting. And I thought that was really surprising that one story could bring that kind of change.
Chibuke, yes?
I would say two things actually. Myself, I surprised myself because if you remember the documentary that was shared earlier, when this ended, my role then was senior program manager. Actually, when I started this, I started leading the initiative, and when the project started in 2020, and Vivian asked me to lead it, thanks to her for that confidence. I was a health journalist then. So I guess I surprised myself because I hadn't led the project then, but I'm glad that my colleagues supported. I was able to get them to see the vision, and were able to push it, and really got to where we are right now. So
well, I need to pause here and give a round of applause to Chibuke, who surprised himself, but not us, because we trusted you. Right. But it stood out to me also, listening to all of you during the last 2 days. You are kind of embodying the values of humility and determination, all three of you, and those are the values I really cherish. And it just stood out to me, and I wanted to say it.
Thank you. And the other thing that surprised me was and still surprises me really, is the organic growth. I mean, tied to what I said earlier, giving that ownership. But then, I guess because of that organic growth. So there are lots of people today that we call SoJo champions. Yes, we encourage them to take that ownership, and it happened. We have journalists who are even pushing us. There was a time we asked people to organize SoJo meetups. So gather a small community wherever you are, express interest if you want. We'll support you to organize solution journalism trainings, conversations, and that happened, across different regions in the country. So that organic growth of people being interested, helping to push, spread it in their communities, and for them it wasn't just about a deliverable. Oh, yes, I'm part of the SoJo, the Social Journalism Africa initiative as maybe a journalist or a fellow in newsroom. I just do I have 6 deliverables and that's it, and that's all. So then being interested, pushing it. We had a lot of earned media in where this initiative is, someone wrote about it on the Reuters platform. Someone wrote about it on IGNet. A journalist, within it, usually you want to, of course, you're doing work, but you also want people to know that you're doing great work. So you're also investing, putting it out there. But this was just us on our own, and people reaching out to say, hey, I see what you're doing with journalists, with newsrooms, we want to write about it. And those were just earned media that we didn't have to pay for. So really that organic growth, interest, people really being genuinely interested in spreading it, learning how it works, and spreading it within their communities, I would say is something that also surprised me. Yeah.
And you, Caroline?
For me, it's 2 things. Just to echo what Chibuke has said, it's the impact that the stories are generating. like recently, the one thing that really surprised me the most was that when we offered grants to fellows in Rwanda, of our stories through a solution-focused lens, the most surprising thing out of that was that they were really, really impactful and high-quality stories. And by the end of that was it last year, all the stories had won awards. All the stories that we had commissioned to be covered through a solutions-oriented approach. And I had to go back and ask them, so how come all the Rwandans, fellows, your stories won awards? Is it because you do not like having bold stories in Rwanda, or why is that the case? And the answer was simple. These were high-quality stories, so it was good journalism. So we can see from that actually the recognition Chibuke is talking about, the motivation journalists, the kind of reporting that they do was really good. The other thing that surprises me the most is that whenever I get to hear about a story, and a good example, again, I'll go back to and refer to the Golden City story that they did last year, and the impact that they generated on the solar-powered hospital, and the impact from that, how it was able to really assist quite a number of people in that area, because they did not now have to go to a very far home to seek laboratory assistance and then come back to Mara Hospital. And the impact they got from the government to sponsor them and have all the wards fitted with solar power, that is real impact. So I think for me, that is what moves me, and it shows that these stories have impact, and that matters to me.
Yeah, definitely the best reward you can get from your work. Yeah. All right. Well, I think the assessments were really honest about what has been achieved and what's still, yet to be achieved. But before we move into next step and then take the question from the audience, I would love to also learn from your mistakes. What is one thing that if you had known, you would have done differently?
Okay.
I'm a journalist by heart. Huh?
So I would say is, of course, probably wouldn't have, like you said, if we had known. The research that the insights that Angole just shared, so that wasn't an assessment of uptake, so to speak, or how the project has fared for the past 5 years in Nigeria, which of course the Insights Lab did. That was us trying to get contextual evidence, data, to inform future work. So probably that's something we should and could have done in the beginning, because what we try to do, and I think Rashid mentioned that when he was giving feedback from their own breakout, contextual data. So usually a couple of us here are solution journalism trainers, thanks to the initiative. Some also have been in solution journalism trainings, either from Nigeria's Watch or the 101 SoJo trainings by SJN. Most, if not all the time, the data that is usually shared is the Reuters Institute Digital News Report, which talks about the key reasons why people avoid the news, the impact on their moods and all of that. So that's a global survey. Of course, I think they started including Nigeria and African countries a couple of years ago. So rather than using that, perhaps something we could have done in the beginning is understanding what the context is. So rather than going to an editor to say, look, this is what people are saying they want to see in the news, they are news fatigue, it's all about issues and all of that. We are telling them this is what Nigerians say they want to see in the news, and which is what we're now trying to do, so it can inform future work. So it will help with advocacy, it will help with training. So yes, the one they do is relevant. Reuters is a big organization, more their methodologies and more investment, but also for us, we wanted it to be more relevant to us. So I wouldn't go to even a lecturer, if I'm trying to convince him to include it in his curriculum or whatever, I would say, look, this is what Nigerians are saying. We asked them and they told us. If I'm talking to an editor, a publisher, I'm sharing this is what people are, your own people are saying. So it's not from all over the world. So that's something could have done better. Yeah, thinking back now.
So really tailor your response to the needs of, your country. Yeah.
Yep.
For me, what I'd do differently, given a chance, I think we took too long before we decided that we needed to also train the editors. So that was a bit late.
I share this mistake too.
So yeah, so if I was to do it again, I'd definitely include the editors as part of the training. If you've noticed that they've come towards the tail end of this initiative, so that's one thing that I'd do differently.
Thank you.
And I think it would change a lot because we are talking about the organic spread. So if we started with the editors from the beginning, we wouldn't be having this problem in so many places.
Yeah, and I did tell her, but that's why I appreciated Seun's presentation so much, because that was spot on. And it's, at SGen, we have something we do internally, is that we cultivate the right to fail and to learn from your failure, and just make sure you understand the insights from your mistake as well, and then adapt your programs. So it really resonates with your breakout session, Seun, and it resonates with some of the things that multiple people at SGen have experienced, that editors need more support. What about you, Daniel?
Yeah, besides the editors, which Caroline has talked about very well, the other thing that I would do differently is also to engage with the academies more strongly, the universities, because in terms of the future of solutions journalism in Africa, I think the academy holds the key, especially the schools of journalism. And why I say so is that if maybe we could have brought the solutions journalism educator program at SJN more closely with our lecturers in journalism in East Africa, and of course Nigeria as well, then I think the uptake of solutions journalism in the universities would be stronger, and we would be sure that most of these universities would be generating or graduating students who are SoJo ready in large numbers. But of course, it's something that is growing, and we hope that with the continued engagement, it will expand.
Thank you for your honesty. So, since we look, you mentioned sustainability as your number one goal for this work when you started. How are you thinking about next steps? What? That's an easy question.
So we are, in terms of next steps, again, it's experimenting with a lot of things, and we are seeing a lot of things work. Of course, it requires funding. Hopefully, we'll find an alignment with Trude's 500 million USD and see how
Is this being recorded?
I believe so. So finding alignment with that, even though the project is wrapping up, but like I said, we're experimenting with a lot of things that we see have the potential to keep this work going. Of course, what Daniel just mentioned is very key. Actually, that's keyword, bringing out more students who are SoJo ready. So that's definitely one way to go, working with universities more, not just doing one-off programs or trainings, but making it a core part of it that will require funding, something that require some investment and resources to build the capacity of the lecturers, so they will be able to do that, because we can't be there all the time to do all the trainings, for all the universities across. So that's one way. But also, in terms of sustainability as well, again, something we've experimented with. We almost got there. So, as Vivian mentioned in her remarks yesterday, we've worked with all the public media organizations in Nigeria, FRC and NTA. Okay, federal, that's radio, TV, and print. The print one, News Agency of Nigeria, is like a wire service, because people subscribe to them and use their content. And one thing we try to do, because we know that we won't be there forever, They are government agencies, meaning that they are under a ministry called the Ministry of Information and I think Culture. So we actually try to get one of them, their directors of finance, to submit it as a line item to the National Assembly, because we know we won't be there all the time to give them funding to support their journalists to tell solutions to the stories. So we told them, see, why not put it as a line item to the government, so they give you funding to actually tell stories about what's working in Nigeria. So they said they did that, but then they were asked to get it from another source. So one thing in terms of sustainability is getting all these government agencies, doing training for them, strengthening their capacities on how they can get funding to do this work and not depending on Nigeria Health Watch or the Africa Initiative, which of course the project won't be there forever. That's one way. We're also experimenting with community reporting trips, organizing a group of journalists and taking them into the field, seeing and...
Is that what I saw on his shirt? Sorry.
Yes,
Can you stand?
Please.
Can you stand?
That's Emeka, yes.
So we can see your t-shirt.
Thanks for wearing
Thank
the
you.
t-shirt. So that was actually a community reporting trip we organized a couple of months ago. Yes, so we made the t-shirt, and guess what? We did it as an activity from the project, but we got an organization that said, look, we're interested in this, we'll give you additional funding to have more journalists. So we brought the journalists together, 20 of them, trained them on solution journalism and a couple of other things, and they went into the community to engage with people. Of course, because they were coming from a solution journalism training, in the engagement they were asking about issues, but they were also asking about what was working. And they did stories from all of those findings that they got. Guess what? Another one is happening next week. The same organization. So they are now funding this 100%. So that's something that can be, packaged and organized, and organizations can fund, and that's the way to get it going. So in terms of sustainability, these are all potential areas that can be, explored even without the project.
That's all very exciting. Thank you. Danielle, what about you?
Yeah, four things. One is to work through the media networks, like I said, the peer media networks, and continue to engage them so that whatever capacity building that they do, and in their own meetings, which are most of them do monthly, they can keep on talking about SoJo and inculcate new members to understand the pillars and how to apply them. One. Number two is to work with the editors, especially the Editors Guild. Remember, we just started this recently when we started training, not training, but having conversations with editors through their guilds. So working with editor guilds, and that also means working with the top editors in their media houses so that they can be able to change policy and allow SoJo to be part and parcel of what they do, so that that can continue, because it is in their interest to do that. And then thirdly, working with a number of development organizations so that they can be able to support the work that journalists are doing, train the journalists the way we normally do it in Africa, in the area of the interest of those development organizations like WHO, for example, when they're talking about road safety from health perspective, they can be able to also put in some resources to do that. And fourthly, last but not least, is also to work through, of course, the academy. Continue to engage with the lecturers and see how they can continue teaching solutions journalism, because a number of them already have units, standalone units. Others have also put the solution journalism in their different units that they are teaching, like health reporting, environmental reporting, and others. And lastly, also, of course, to continue engaging with the Solutions Johnson Network and see how we can rethink this and see if there are new opportunities that we can be able to tap into. Like Chibike said, we need resources to be able to continue doing the capacity building and also engaging journalists to write the good stories that we celebrate here today.
Caroline, you'll have the last word then.
Yes, no, actually it's really encouraging to just hear from Nigeria Health Watch and Science Africa, you know, all the plans they have to enable solutions journalism to continue, to be sustained. And that was actually the goal of the second phase of the initiative, whereby we were supposed to deepen the practice of solutions journalism in East Africa and Nigeria, but not just deepen, but also institutionalize it. So I'm really glad to hear that this work is going to continue and it's not going to end with the initiative. But apart from that, we are still trying to fundraise, like everybody else. And the hope is that we are going to get funding, and once we get funding, for sure we are going to invest in projects in Africa to advance the practice of solutions journalism. But in the meantime, we still have quite a number of resources on the SJN platform that we can still use to support journalists, not just in East Africa and Nigeria, but across the region, in terms of the learning hub, where we have the tools and the guides. But apart from that, we also have the peer networks that you can join, and also the, you know, the train the trainers and the monthly webinars that we have. So we have quite a number of resources that we can still use. And you can also request for trainings that are done virtually by SJN to ensure that this practice continues.
Thank you so much. All right. I was about to ask, how are we doing on time? But I don't know if it's a good question to ask. I will take up to 3 questions from the audience, if you have, for our wonderful speakers. And I do think you take, you know, one deep breath and take the time to celebrate what you have achieved, because you have achieved so much. And I said it yesterday in my speech, but really it's outstanding what you've done. And I was asked yesterday, what can Africa learn from the spread of solution journalism globally? And I said, no. What can other countries learn from Africa for the spread of solution journalism globally? Any questions? Yes, Rashid.
Well, let me congratulate the Solution Journalism Network and the Africa Initiative, and of course the Nigerian Earth Watch with the Science Africa. You've done a wonderful job. It was when I was invited to this summit that I got to know that I started from the beginning. That was 2020. And so for being in the ecosystem for that long shows that we have done a lot. However, I don't know who to ask, whether it's Caroline or Nina, because I want to ask, are we, as the initiative truly finally come to an end? That's my question. And I'm asking that question because I feel that it's at the point that we are getting used to it, that we want to cut it off if it is truly ending, because institutional change takes time. I was discussing with Innocent, and we're talking about the fact that most solution journalism stories in Nigeria are funded right now. So when do we get to a point where we train media houses to develop revenue model around solutions journalism? Because I've had to work with newsrooms, and I understand that they really need to develop a model around SoJo if we want to see it coming up. And with the Nigerian news ecosystem that I know, that I work with, they need a lot of capacity building in that line. A lot of stations do not have a separate desk for funding, for research, to deliberately apply for funding. you know, and so when are we getting there? We are already getting institutional buy-in, especially from the universities. When it started in 2020, it was difficult, but with persistence and consistency, the message is getting to all of us in the academia, and we also need to do more. Now, some of us are integrating SoJo into our curriculum. How do we teach? How do we produce local, contextualized resources? I commend the Nigerian Earth Watch. That short video series has been helpful for me. Short, impactful, but we need more. And again, that is saying that the initiative has to just continue. Thank you.
I'll attempt to answer part of that question, then I'll throw it to Nina to answer the rest. So is it coming to an end? Yes, this particular initiative is coming to an end in December, but we are cognizant of the fact that we do have a lot of projects that are still ongoing. I know for that we are still working with the National Radio, FRCN, and we need to produce a number of magazines for the next 10 months. So which means that we cannot just drop, at the end of this year. So we still have that. For instance, in Kenya, we're also working with a number of universities that are introducing and integrating, the SoJo curriculum into SoJo course into their curriculum. So that also has to continue. So we'll be working very closely, giving Nigeria Health Watch and Science Africa support to ensure that the projects that are still ongoing, just successfully are delivered. But apart from that, as I mentioned, we are still looking for funds to be able to come up with projects that will continue where we've left off with this particular initiative. As you all know, we all rely on funding when it comes to this big project. So we are hoping that we'll be able to get more funding come next year.
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. And I think I will answer both of your questions at the same time, because I think you could tell that Chibuke and Daniel and their teams are not stopping this work. They are committed to it, and they are have already started new things or envision what they could do next. And for SGN, just to be clear, Caroline is staying with us, and she will still be your point contact at SGN. And as she said, we are looking for new fundings, which means now is the good time to tell us what you need. What are the resources you need? What are the programs that have worked for you? What are the things that could be helpful? This is the time when we actually need to hear from you. And so please share, and we will do our best to get this work funded.
Somebody, I think Dr. Rashid mentioned about revenue training. I just wanted to point out that we do have a specific training tailored on that for newsrooms. So if you're ever in need, you can always talk to us on revenue generation for newsrooms.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Solomon Chung. I work with Voice of Nigeria. I have two questions, and the questions are pinned towards the strategic pathway in the adoption of SoJo across the continent, if you like. Number one, there's a study that I came across that took place in the UK about the concept of SoJo Light, how they try to penetrate the issue of resources constraints and the issue of the change in newsroom cultures. Because of, from the studies we saw today, the penetration of SoJo has been difficult in newsrooms. So they brought that idea of the SoJo light to see how you can do the SoJo, but not necessarily achieving the gold standard of SoJo, the 100% gold standard, just to find a way to start up, and it's actually working. From the study, it's working in the UK, that idea is penetrating. So I'm wondering if in our own climb we can, since the resources constraints has been an issue and the penetration of the newsroom culture has been an issue, can we find a way to strategize around something like that, so that let's just find a way to, let's have an uplift from where we are, even though we're trying, but if we can find something like that, a creative way to penetrate the newsroom in that regard. Then number two, let me just speak to what Chibuke talked about. You were talking about trying to get funding from the ministry and all that. So I want to suggest, why can't we penetrate even from the state government broadcast stations? Because in Nigeria, for broadcast, I know the government owns over 76% of the broadcast stations, both TV and radio. And government, because SoJo has to do with development communication, they will always naturally like to do something with SoJo. So why can't we even start from the state level? You're doing well by penetrating NTA, FRCN and all that, but we have more of the stations across the state. If you can have that partnership and make them establish units or departments that work on SoJo, I think it will be a good penetration from that tier of government. Thank you very much.
I don't know whether I understood your first question properly, but it had to do with how do you integrate solutions journalism in a situation whereby a newsroom is financially strained. And there are several ways of going about it, and I think that's what most people are trying to do, because you can look at your editorial workflows and decide which stories can we drop so that you can give space for solutions to, journalism stories, oriented stories, which stories do not require a lot of resources, like traveling far and wide. So there are other ways of doing, because I think the misconception has always been that solutions journalism is very expensive because of the rigor of the, of the approach. But I think there are other ways that you can still do solutions journalism that will not stretch you financially. And I think that's what they're trying to do, because as we've seen, we cannot do a story that is not whole, a story that is not complete. So for us to do it without spending a lot of resources is to come up with all these innovative ways of still doing solutions journalism without incurring a lot of expenses. So I hope I got your question correctly.
And just to add, so there's a resource, actually I think it's from SJN, on how to get newsrooms to be interested in solution journalism. Is sort of like a soft way, of getting them interested. And I think one of the recommendations in that resource is not making it mandatory to even have all the pillars. So you could do a story, and of course, normally you're supposed to follow all the pillars, make sure it's a whole story. But that resource is recommending, because we know it's not easy to practice change. Is not that easy. So someone does a story and they can, put in one pillar. So they can start with a pillar, because you're trying to get them interested. So you don't start immediately and you expect them, you must have all the pillars, have it complete. So start with one pillar. As an editor, you can, put, this is working, right? In the next story, the person starts, you talk about all the issues, this is what is working, this is how they are doing it. In the next story, just like that, with time. So it's a gradual adoption process. So that's one recommendation. And dig up that resource and share. So there's a social community, WhatsApp community, where we share resources and all of that. So please do join the group, and I'll look around and see if I can find the resources and share them. And I also hear you what you talk about the state level. So that's also something we're very conscious about, working at the subnational level, not just, at the national. So yes, happy to have that conversation. So if you have people you can connect us to, so we can, take the message to them. Happy to, do that. Thank you.
But do remember that even with the gradual process, you have to make sure all the 4 pillars are there for it to be a complete story.
Well, I think one way to go about it is also to start with solutions reporting on problems you know very well. Because you skip, having to really get the knowledge about what the problem is, and because you can't do solutions reporting on things that you don't really understand. So that's also one way to save resources, I would say. And Dina, you wanted to say something.
Yes. Sorry, I have a comment about that. First, I don't know why there is I would say it's a misconception that solution journalism is more expensive than other forms of journalism. I think this is a misconception. It's something that we keep telling to ourselves, and we start to believe it. If someone in Gaza, when there are no aid, no food, suffering from hunger, suffering from being, the threat of being killed, can do solution journalism, then someone, living in their normal country, community, there shouldn't be a lack of ability to do solution journalism. So I think, first, you don't have to look at solutions outside of your community. If traveling is expensive, then don't look outside of your community. Focus on solutions that are nearby. If you're really passionate about solution happening far away, partner with a local reporter. Again, there are ways to do, and I don't think that solution journalism is more expensive than proper journalism. I mean, if people are doing cheap journalism, then it's not journalism. To start with, I mean, any form of journalism should be rigorous, any form of journalism. So this is the first thing. The second thing, about the SoJo light. I'm coming to you from the future to tell you that this is a problem that we suffer from in the Arabic-speaking countries, because Egypt is an African country, and I will continue to insist on this. But anyway, in the part of the world that speak Arabic, we have this exact problem, where there are many SoJo imposters. There are many forms of solution journalism with only 1 pillar or 2 pillars, and they're spreading. And this is leading to people saying, oh, but solution journalism is PR, or is fluff, or is propaganda. Because the beauty of the approach and the 4 pillars is that ensures that you have a proper piece of journalism. Journalism that is thorough, that's evidence-based, and that's not propaganda. So if you, sacrifice any of the pillars, you are ruining it, and then it becomes a mess. So I think it's very important to say, no, the 4 pillars are untouchable. Sorry, I'm a bit of old school here. The 4 pillars are untouchable, but we can definitely brainstorm ideas to make it easier. And there is a lot of wealth of knowledge within SGN and with any of our, the SGN have a wide network of trainers, so you can always reach out to them with questions if you are facing a challenge, whether it's financial or in the editorial, job. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Nathaniel, you wanted to add something, and maybe then we'll wrap up.
Yes, just a little addition. My name is Nathaniel Bivan. So I want to give this example. I was in a room filled with journalists. We're having a workshop, and one of us stood up to say, oh, hey, he met a widow who was riding a keke napep. So in the North, it's a big deal when a woman rides keke napep and does so commercially. So he said, this is a typical example of a SoJo story. Now, all she does is make ends meet, ride a keke, pick up passengers, and she's able to take care of her children. And he gave it as an example of an ideal SoJo report. And I was all fired up. I was ready. I was steaming. within me, and I stood up and I corrected that notion, because we're all journalists in the room, and I think it was him and I alone who were solutions reporters. And it was important to me, it was important for me to clear that notion. So this is just an example. Now that was a human interest story. That wasn't a solution story. Thank you.
Okay, I'll conclude with, because this is very, of course, interesting and is at the heart of the tension of why actually people get started and some don't. So I think it's important to address. I just want to be super clear because sometimes the solution story tracker makes it seem as SJN consider itself as a SoJo police. There is no SoJo police. And it is important to echo Chibuke's point, get started. It's okay if you only have 1, 2 pillars and your story doesn't make it to the tracker. That's totally fine. Actually, it's most of the people who are experiencing solutions journalism are faced with that. That's okay. But then I think just to build on what Dina was saying, I have seen in Europe solution journalism done in such a superficial way that it's actually harming the practice, because that's just feeding this argument about, oh, but this is not solution journalism, it's PR, it's fluff. So don't have too much pressure. If you haven't started yet, get started. That's the most important. Don't feel the pressure to succeed because you have the right to fail, and I think I've been super clear about that. But yes, it's important that it's a practice that remains rigorous, or otherwise it's kind of counterproductive. All right, thank you for my wonderful speakers and solution journalism champions. And thank you for your thoughtful questions.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm going to be reading a tribute for late Mustafa Ahmed, who works for Lavon Radio Community Radio in Niger State. From 2012 until his passing in Mustafa was deeply passionate about solutions journalism. He produced 7 powerful solution stories, 2 of which moved nearby communities to reach out, asking how they could replicate the solutions he showcased. He would often call me and ask, Hajia Hadiza, is there any opportunity for training at Nigeria Health Watch? I still remember how excited he was when we began planning the SoJo field trips. He wanted to know every detail, every criterion, just to be part of it. Mustafa had a rare gift, and that's the ability to assemble people around purpose. His stories went beyond reporting problems. They inspired real solutions. One of the most notable pieces led to the removal of a long-abandoned truck that had blocked roads in Abuja for months. Another drew attention to a neglected primary school, sparking immediate community-led renovations. He was jovial, he was proactive, and deeply committed to the development through storytelling. Though his voice is silent, his impact continues to echo in every story, every change, and every community he touched. May we rise in 1 minute of silence to honor his memory. As we remember Mustafa Ahmed Kutigi, we continue not to only mourn his loss, but to celebrate the remarkable life and the impact he made through his work. In the honor of his legacy, we will now observe 1 minute of celebration. Let's continue. Let's put our hands together in applause for a life truly well lived and dedicated to the service of others. Thank you.
Please take your seats. I think it is safe to say that the legacy of Mustafa Ahmed lives on in the work that we do as individuals, in the works we do with our organizations, as we continue to ensure that the practice of solution journalism continues to push boundaries, moving the needle and reframing the way narratives, especially on the African continent, is told. At this point in time, we'll be having the last segment before the closing remarks. So I'd like to invite Za Oloigbo for a rendition, a SoJo song rendition, Light in the Darkness. So please give him a round of applause as he takes the stage. A round of applause, please.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, so we're going to do that again. Good evening, everyone. It's just this side of the room ahead. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. So just to unwind very quickly, I'll just do a song that simply just puts everything we've heard over the last 2 days together. Yesterday, my colleague said that we were the pen, and that the pen is mightier than the sword. Today, I'll tell us that we are the light, and that we could be the light that shines where the shadows hide. So, ladies and gentlemen, light where the shadows hide.
Please give it up for Zah and Olaoluwa. And I think it goes without saying, just FYI, these are all staff of Nigeria Health Watch. Yeah. So, he choke. Talent choke for that place. Thank you. No be church, the show walkings. So at this point, I'd like to call on our very own Chibike to close us out. After this, lunch is served. We sincerely apologize for keeping you beyond time. We're going to keep, so please give him a round of applause as he takes the stage. Don't worry, lunch is already served. Lunch is already served. Come on, we're almost there. Almost there. So, a round of applause for Chibike as he takes the stage. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. So, let me see if I will employ some delay tactics. Because my MD, Vivian, is supposed to do this, but she stepped out to take a meeting, and she said she actually wanted to do this, but I understand she's on her way, but I don't know if on her way is in the building or on her way to the hotel or on her way to this room. So, okay, so I'll just, close us out on her behalf, and it's just to say thank you to everyone who has made the past 2 days truly insightful. I mean, we use insight a lot when we in solution journalism. Insight, impact. But yeah, it's really been rewarding having you all here for the past 2 days, sharing the narrative. So pretty much the conversations were around why we need to do this, right? Why we need to be deliberate about finding and reporting what's working. But it was also about the how. So we show that it is possible through the panels, through the experiences, through the lightning talks, journalists sharing the stories that they reported. So it's not saying, oh, we should do this. We actually, from all the conversations show that it is possible, right? Also share the bit of resources, how you can do it. So it's all about how, why, and encouraging ourselves to keep doing this. So thank you to everyone that made this possible, from participants who contributed, because it's not, remember what I also said yesterday, it's not a one-way street. And thank you for making it a two-way street. So it came from this side, but it also came from you, the insights, the learnings, and all of that. So thank you so much. This is just the first of many. This is just the first touch point, so we are hoping this will continue. We've talked about communities. A lot of us know Dina now and the work she does at IGAP, so that's an opportunity to reach out, see if the stories you want to tell, remember, stories that matter to you, stories that you want. Yes, it's from your community, it's from around you, but relevant for the global community. See how you can work to place those stories out there. It's how you can work with Solution Journalism Network, with Nigeria Health Watch, with all the partners in the room, with lecturers even. So you can all be resource persons, right? This is just like picking your interests, especially for those who are hearing about Solution Journalism for the first time. There is a Train the Trainers program, and some people in this room are accredited trainers. Off the top of my head, Rashid, Ayo, I think Sheun, right? So that means we don't have to do all the trainings all the time. You can be a resource person for a lecturer who wants to, train the students, who wants to support the students. So be on the lookout for these opportunities. SJN, they always call these opportunities call out for Train the Trainers program. So you get trained and you are able to step it down. So these are things that we hope these past 2 days have, encouraged us to be interested in. So thank you so much for all making it possible. Like I said, the conversation continues. Links to all the resources, materials will be shared. Some of the insights that were shared were preliminary findings from Kenya, from SJN, from Nigeria Health Watch. So the full reports, when they are ready, will be shared with you. Also keep in touch with us. There is so the resource document that Chris talked about earlier. There's a link to join the WhatsApp community, the community of practice, if you are interested. It's strictly solution journalism focused conversations. It's strictly journalism conversation, not copy and paste or forward to 20 people kind of group. I can promise you that. So some of these things will be shared there. So we look forward to having you and continuing this conversation. And finally, we are hoping this is the Africa. This wasn't the Nigeria summit. I wish we had more funding to bring other colleagues from outside Nigeria to attend, but
we did what was within our power. So we are hoping we're able to take this. I was joking with Gab that maybe the next SoJo Africa Summit will be hosted in Egypt. So please, we're happy to have those conversations. If you have referral, someone that we can talk to organize the second, fourth, and even more solution journalism Africa Summit. There are so many themes to explore, right? How do you get money from it? Is it sustainable? How do you get, people interested? How do you get buy-in? So those are things that we will continue to explore, but it takes, it means we have to keep the conversation going, so it won't end with this. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for the insights. Thank you so much for bringing your energy, even though we stayed beyond time on the second day. Thank you, and safe travels to everyone those traveling to, especially, sorry, let me also appreciate those who funded themselves to come here, really. So we were afraid of letting more people in yesterday, because we planned for 150, but then had over 200. And what we realized was a couple of them were expecting to get travel grants. But there are also people who funded themselves to come from outside Abuja. So we really appreciate that and say thank you very much for investing in this, and thank you so much for seeing the need. It's still that ownership that we are talking about. So let's keep the conversation going, and we'll do all our best to support you. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. You have been a truly delightful audience. Dinner is served. So please make your way outside and help yourself to food. Yeah, so media, dance, dance, dance. Oh yeah. In the resources that will be shared with us as attendees, we'll be sharing a post-event survey. Please, 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 for us to make the subsequent summits as good, even surpassing this particular one, please fill out the post-event survey form. Your feedback is crucial to us. Thank you very much.
Can people hear? Hadiza Mohammed. Back outside.